Good morning and welcome to the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. We're into the third day of competition now, session 5B. We're on the McConnell pool. We have the boys racing today. I'm joined by Elliot and Allegra. Good morning, guys. How are we?
Morning. Good to be here. Morning, Elliot.
Good morning. Good morning. It's such a lovely morning this morning, and we get to watch some good quality racing, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, we're kicking things off with the 12 and 14-year-olds 400 individual medley. The athletes almost into position.
So this event has been reseeded. We've got the new seed in front of us, but just off the bat, I can tell you that Lachlan Bull, the fastest qualifier for this event, isn't here. Instead, in lane 4, we've got Harry Calgaris. He will be our fastest.
Starters on the blocks. And we're off.
Even though we're missing Lachlan Bull and a couple of others from this heat, I will definitely say it is still absolutely stacked. We have finalists, we have medalists from last night. Han Tang Wang breaking an Australian record in the 200-metre freestyle. First Victorian swimmer to go under 150 and broke the Australian record by about half a second. However, we've got Cooper Scott, who was in the 100 medley final last night, so we know that he has that fast speed early on in the race.
We haven't had any times come on yet.
Also in the middle of the pool, we've got Han Tang Wang in lane 3, as well as Thomas Poppins, who was in a couple of finals last night. Elijah Lamont out in lane 1, a silver in the 200 freestyle last night. So ball boys to look out for. Elijah, though, is 13 years old, so in a different age group to the 14-year-olds, as well as Leonardo Hernandez, who was also a 100 free finalist last night, and also in this field, Daniele Mancini.
And the boys have just gone into their backstroke leg, and it is Cooper Scott out in front at the moment.
If you're talking tactics of a 400 IM, that butterfly needs to be as easy as possible. Just get yourself through, do it nice and efficient, make it fast. The backstroke, you start to work your arms into it. You don't want to overuse your legs because obviously short course is very leg dominant, very demanding of energy. You need to get the arms rotating early on, and it looks like that's what we're seeing from Harry in the middle here. He's doing a great job of that.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see in these individual medleys how much a lead can be lost. Just like here, he was in front by about 2 body lengths at one stage there.
Yeah, so obviously in a 400 IM, what's beautiful about it is everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. And so not everyone is perfect at all 4 strokes. Definitely looks like Cooper Scott, very strong butterflyer, but you look at the way he's just bouncing around a little bit in the backstroke. His head is bopping up and down. You can see his knees come out of the water a little bit. So he's just not quite fundamentally there, but also at the same time, very good butterflyer. So maybe he has a little bit, he's saved up a bit for the breaststroke here.
Hopefully so. We're still yet to get any times on the screen as well.
Even though we don't have times on the screen here, there is almost, I can guarantee you that there will be times running on the officials table, as well as what we've got on the computer here. We don't just have any at the pool. So the beautiful thing about what we've got at the pool is the scoreboard in front of us, and that will show us splits as well as time. So you at home, you get to see the total time, but sometimes we get to see the split as well, which can be very helpful for deciding who's making moves at what point of the race. Speaking of moves, 125 to go, and Han Tang Wang looks to have taken the lead here. The thing we know about Han Tang Wang is he's an incredible freestyler. Like, the way he came home in that freestyle last night off the back of the 200, if he is at all in any way, shape or form in front, I don't think they're going to be able to chase him down.
Yeah, Han Tang Wang touching the wall, 3:33.04 as they go into the freestyle leg now. He is extending that lead ever so slightly.
He's out to a body length now over Harry Calgary. They turn and come out of the water. Still excellent skills. Just look at the way he powers at the front of his stroke. It's so impressive to see. 6-beat kick behind him. Just constantly looks in control of his stroke. Come down to the final 50 now. 4:04.12. He's right in the mix here. I've actually just noticed that our board is back to front here. So lane 4 is next to lane 5. So we'll need to see if we can get that fixed up. But we have Han Tang Wang coming down the final 10 metres. I expect this will be sometime around the 4:33 mark. He comes in to touch the wall now in a 4:34.77. We then have Harry Calgary in lane 4, finishing in a 4:38. And finally, Cooper Scott holding on to that bronze medal position. All of these boys 14 years old. Of the 13-year-olds, let's see what we have here. So we're looking at lane 7. Danielle Mancini finished just ahead of Elijah Lamont. So that'll be gold and silver for those two boys in the 13-year-old category. And Leonardo Hernandez, we don't have an official, I haven't seen an official time for yet, but I'm sure he's taken the bronze for now. These times can be beaten by the heats after them. So we'll just need to keep an eye out for what times finished where.
You can see again, we are kind of staggering these starts a little bit. They are a little bit delayed. We do have the Horton pool right next to us here, where the girls are racing. And as we saw yesterday, we had to wait for the start because they were synced up.
Yeah, so in this situation, all of the officials know that the Horton pool is the pool that has priority. So yesterday that was the pool that the boys were in. Today it's the pool that the girls are in. So if they're even close to syncing up and lining up, the Horton pool takes priority. They blow their whistle first. Obviously, if we have people on the blocks, then they're meant to give way to us. But if they're both kind of waiting, looking over, it's the Horton pool that needs to make sure that they are the ones that go first. Into heat number 2 here. And we have once again Alessi. He had a fantastic night last night, I believe in the 200 butterfly, so it's no surprise to see him out here pushing the pace a little bit. But up in front you have lane number 2, that's Patrick Whitwood, as well as Michael Yu there in lane number 4.
Into the backstroke. Michael Yu at lane 4.
I've just noticed as well, Lucas Martins, lane 8. He's the world record holder in the 400 freestyle. I don't think it's the same guy, but I'd like to think that he has a fantastic freestyle nonetheless. Comes straight up off the wall here, not really bothering with too many underwater kicks, is Michael Yu, the swimmer from MLC. So that's obviously a big component of short course swimming, is the skills involved. Skills can make up to 60% of the race if you do the whole 15 underwater after each turn or start, and then obviously the 5 metres at the end. So it probably accounts for more than 60% of this race if you go the whole way. And so that's why short course is such an important thing to have high quality skills in. We come down to the turn now. It's the 200 metre mark, 2:24.83. A little bit off the pace here from the previous heat, but that's to be expected. Probably keep an eye on Lucas Yu, who's in lane number 3. He's currently, he's fallen back a little bit. Probably around that 8th or 9th position at the moment. And also in this heat, we've got a couple of 12-year-olds. So Alessi out there in lane number 6, as well as Harvey Huang out there in lane number 9. Both boys from MLC Aquatic. Potentially might train together, so there could be some little rivalry there between the two of them. But Alessi doing a fantastic job, has moved up from that butterfly and has gotten himself up to about 4th or 5th overall in this race.
Yeah, still Michael Yu in front. See if the boys out of lanes 1 and 5 can put enough pressure on him. Lane 1, we've got Aiden. Lane 5, Bryce.
Now, just having a look at the breaststroke technique here of Michael Yu. Doesn't get himself very high in the water, which tells me he doesn't get a whole lot of arm drive. He kind of just pulls his arms back and gets his elbows to his ribs a little bit more than lifting up out of the stroke. But he seems to have a pretty strong kick in order to compensate for that. He's holding onto his lead here. High stroke rate though. Let's see what he's got left in this freestyle. Bryce Scott in second position. They're gone through 3:09 and a 3:13. Sorry, I take that back. I was looking at the large scoreboard, which seems to be about 100 metres behind. There you go, a 3:53 and a 3:57 for first and second. So a 4-second lead, and it looks like that's pushed out a little bit. If I were to guess, I'd say Michael Yu is a very good freestyler.
He's extending his lead now as he turns around for his final 50. Michael Yu out in front.
So here we come now. Down to the final 50 metres. Although it's a 400 IM, it's your first event of the morning session. You're going to need to just watch out and just make sure that you put in a good quality effort here to set your morning off on the right note. We've got Michael Yu here taking the lead, who has been in command from the very start, touches the wall in a time of 5:01.24. We'll just have a look at what the 12-year-olds do here. So Alessi, time has come up there, a 4:10.33. That'll be in the gold medal position so far for himself. Second 12-year-old here is Harvey Huang onto the wall. Hasn't had a time come up yet. We'll wait to see what the official results are there. 5:24 potentially. As well as Patrick Whitwood didn't have too bad of a swim there. And out in lane number 1, also had a good swim with Aiden. Here we are underway with heat number 3 of the 400 individual medley. Once again, reseeding, so not necessarily the same program that you see, or say same heat that you see in your program. We've got a couple more 13-year-olds in this heat, and once again a couple of 12-year-olds try and rival the times of the heat before. What have you thought of the races so far?
Oh, it's been absolutely incredible. I love to start the day, every day out of this competition with a timed final. It just gets everyone in such a good mood, getting some medals on the board there as well. It's a fantastic event, the 400 individual medley. Really showcases the talent that we've got here throughout these age groups as well, and it's honestly such a indicating race on make or break, and where you can really pull in and dig deep in these swims.
Yeah, it's such a tough event, the 400 IM. There's always arguments in the swimming circles about what is the hardest event. Obviously, me being a 400 IMer myself, it is the hardest event. Argue with a wall if you would like. I will stand by that. Obviously, other people will claim 200 butterfly. I think 200 backstroke as well is a very slept-on, difficult event, which is why it's so brave that these boys on the third day of competition to start their morning are starting with this 400 individual medley.
And they're starting it quite well indeed. We've got, and what I love about the individual medley is it's anyone's race. Who could be leading in the butterfly isn't necessarily who's leading in the breaststroke. And I think breaststroke is the make or break of a medley. It's one of those strokes that is really hard to master. Coming in and touching the wall first, though, here is lane number 3, which is Noah Buress.
Noah Buress, yes. Yeah. Another one making a good move here. Lane number 8, Harvey Nguyen. He seems to be having a very good effort in this backstroke. Moved out, separated himself a little bit from the field, as we also have lane number 5, Kevin Wetzels.
Yeah, and Otto Piper as well, not discounting himself in this race also.
So we need to make sure that we're up with the pace here. Noah's still holding on to a strong lead. If anything, I think he's extended it a little bit. Touches the wall here. 2 minute 30.90. Not much of an underwater there. These boys straight up. I'm sure they're gasping for air at the moment. Backstroke, very difficult event. Very hard to stay off the legs in backstroke. So you need to make sure that you have them, though, for the breaststroke, because breaststroke, I think about 60% of your propulsion comes from the legs in breaststroke. So very important you have some energy left in them.
And it seems to be the point in this race where the leaderboard does change here, but it doesn't seem to be doing so much, because out of lane 3, Noah Burns, he is really motoring through this. He's been able to maintain that stroke, get his body up out of the water nice and high, and elongate that stroke.
Yeah, it's very, very good so far. Trying to have a look here, lane number 5 as well. Kevin.
He made up quite a bit of distance there, about 3 bodies length. He's lessened the margin in the breaststroke portion, and is seeming to be just creating a little bit more, less of a gap for himself there between first and second.
Yeah, wonder watch here at the moment. Pierce Snow motored through the field. I hadn't really noticed him too much before. Definitely wasn't in the top 4. Now moved himself into second after this breaststroke leg. This is incredible. He was 5th at the 150 metre mark. And he's second, pushing the pace of the lead at the moment.
Absolutely, and it's looking like he may even be coming into this wall almost head-to-head with our current leader in Noah Behrens.
It's very impressive. So the 14-year-old from Melton takes on the 12-year-old from Yarra Plenty Waves.
0.1 of a second difference.
Wow. Who had the lead?
So Noah did have the lead there for that one, but with 0.1 of a second.
But look at the skills off this first 25. He's got about a body length on Noah so far. This is an incredible back-end swim. We often see that at the elite level, the back end is where it's won and lost. So you need to make sure you don't just go out fast. You have a good quality race plan that will hold you together.
And it's looking very good here for Snow as he comes in and touches that wall with a seed time of 4:42.98. Doing exceptionally well, followed just slightly behind by Behrens and out of lane 1 car.
So we saw 2 12-year-olds in the previous heat. You had Alessi. I don't think he's going to get close to Alessi's time, but Harvey Huang, I believe, was a 5:24. We'll see how close he can get to that. He probably will go under it. Alessi's time was around that 4:10 barrier. That's already gone. How close can he get to that 4:24 barrier? Can he get under it? You see coaches frantically waving on the opposite side of the pool. He comes into the wall now and he finishes in a 5:18.54. That'll take the silver medal for now. We'll see what the next heat can do.
Absolutely, and to come from back of the pack in that first half of the race to our winner, exceptional work there from Snow. Fourth and final heat here for the time finals this morning. We've got 5 swimmers in the pool, and it really does make a difference when we haven't got a packed pool out here, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You tend to focus on the ones who are in the middle lanes here. However, what I love about outside lane, the final heats is usually you see really big PBs. So we're going to keep an eye on the PB check here, see how many of these guys can get close to or under their personal best times.
Some really good starting butterfly here from out of lanes 4 and 6 there with Aaron Liu out of Artemis Aquatics and George Zeng out of Yarra Plenty Waves. Just really maintaining that pace out there, doing what's vital in the butterfly portion, making it look easy. I think that's the trick.
Exactly. You want to just flow. You need to get your hips up, almost try to swim downhill. It sounds very counterintuitive, but that's almost the goal of it. You want to get your hips up so high that you can streamline, not quite streamline because your hands don't fully come together, but you want to glide into that free, easy speed out the front and then touch the wall and then start working in the backstroke. That's when the muscles start to hurt and that's when the pain kicks in.
Absolutely, and it's great to see on this Hawkeye technology, this camera angle where you can actually see the technique of these swimmers in the pool, so a huge shout out to them for their services here.
Exactly. Now Hawkeye is obviously replacing, back in the day we used to have just volunteers on the side click a button if the touchpad didn't work. And we had to implement Hawkeye technology when we had a World Aquatic Championship event at this pool back in 2022, and so it's been such an improvement to Swimming Victoria to have this technology available.
It is incredible. The boys are out there powering through the backstroke portion of this event. Just taking it nice and easy, getting those nice long arms and strokes. No leaderboard change at the moment. 6 and 4, just about half a body's length behind each other. Lane 6 in George Zhang out in front at the moment, but like we know, the breaststroke portion could change everything.
Breaststroke portion always changes everything because backstrokers and breaststrokers renowned for hating each other. They do not get along.
Got a rivalry.
They do not get along. There's very few people I could name that are elite backstrokers and elite breaststrokers. There's a lot of people that I can name that are elite backstrokers and poor breaststrokers, or elite breaststrokers and poor backstrokers. There's just something weird about it.
It must be the opposite directions.
Yeah, there has to be. Breaststrokers are just weird in general from my experiences. So as we move into the breaststroke, we see that lane number 6, Zhang, isn't showing any signs of slowing down. In fact, he's probably extending his lead. So he gets out to about 3 or 5 metres, I'd say, is his advantage at the moment. And we know that whatever advantage you have in the breaststroke usually doubles going into the freestyle.
He's doing well with his lung capacity there, getting about 12 or so metres under the water there before popping out. It's vital to be able to spend as much time dolphining under the water as you can in these short course events. Utilise that advantage.
Yeah, so as we see here, breaststroke a little bit different. You do a split stroke instead of underwater dolphin kick, so you're limited by that. However, obviously what's interesting about that is you're not restricted by the 15-metre barriers in breaststroke. Wow. You can go past, and you do see at the elite level some of them do. However, obviously butterfly, backstroke and freestyle, you have to come up. Limit. Yeah, your head has to surface by the 15-metre mark. So he comes in here, a little bit shorter split stroke there. He's extended his lead well out to 10 metres now, just in 50 metres of racing. So I would say, by the looks of it, breaststroke might be one of his strengths.
Definitely must be, as we're eager to see what split time he's got here as he comes in and touches the wall. 4 minutes on the dot and 76 as he comes into the freestyle portion, almost outlapping his competitor there in lane 4, which is Aaron Liu, who was with him most of the race, but that gap has just been widened thanks to the breaststroke.
Now Daniel Zhang has moved into 3rd place during that breaststroke leg, just ahead of another Daniel in lane number 5 and Arlo Moore in lane 2. Now I think we need to be on check for what time he goes here. He turned into 4 minutes. He's turning again into 4:37. I would like to think that he comes home in a 36 or 35, in which case he's probably looking around that 5:12, maybe even 5:11 mark, which could put him in contention for another medal.
How incredible is that? You never know. I love when there's multiple heats because it's all about doing the math at home. Lucky that Hawkeye will be able to be doing that math for you on the screen. Exactly,
and we've got the officials here where they'll just culminate all the times at the end, divide them up into age groups, and we'll see how it looks. We come down to the final 5 metres here. Hopefully he can hold his breath. That's great skill work from the young man, from the young 12-year-old. 5:12.81. That sounds faster than the last heat, and I get a feeling that could be pushing for the gold medal. I believe Alessi went a 5:10, but we'll need to see the results. But I think that could be a nice little medal for the young man from Yarra Plenty.
Good way to finish out those timed finals for the boys 12 to 14 400-metre individual medley.
We move on now to event number 122. The boys 17 to 18 years, 100-metre butterfly. We come into this race. Eli Billman, probably my favourite swim of last night. He flew in the 4x50 relay with an incredible 23-second 50 fly, and you're seeing it again here.
Yeah, powering along. We've got our scoreboard going again. Hits the wall first, 25.02. A lot easier reading that, isn't it, Elliot?
Yeah, way easy. And the beautiful thing is we'll be able to see split times when they come up, provided this works. I think there was just a little bit of a problem with the reseeding of the 400 individual medley. Went from 5 heats down to 4. Eli Billman holding on, really low breath. You can see his chin never actually leaves the water. He keeps his head low, and he has not slowed down at all. A 53.53. Age group record held by Matt Temple. Little PB, or at least season best for Eli Billman there. Congratulations. Second place goes to Harry Kumar, and in third place we have Riley Hodgkins.
Heat 2 underway.
So we saw a lot of 50. We saw a 53 in that previous heat, but the majority of the heat was around that 55 to 57 mark. We'll probably be looking at that kind of time to make tonight's final. 10th place coming into this event is a 58.49. So we'll see how close they can get. These boys are going to need to get moving if they want to make tonight's final, because this is a very fast heat. First place here, Oren Kruger had a fantastic meet last night. Second, followed by Kion Power.
Kion Power, Oren Kruger making their final turn. So they come back now. It's still in the lead. We've got Oren Kruger. He might just hold off. He does touch the wall first. 56.12, followed by Kion Power, 56.46, and third, Peter Burns, 58.57.
Yeah, so the top four there, all well under that 1 minute barrier. I'm going to say it's going to be well under that if you want to make the final tonight. I think it's going to be around that 58.4.
They've set the precedent early on.
Adam L. Hefney, we know he's an incredible 200 butterfly. We saw him in the finals last year and even last night in the 100 freestyle. He was out and about, so maybe he's developed a little bit more of that power than what he did last year to just be a 200 butterfly. He's extending into the 100 butterfly here, coming into this event ranked third.
And he is in front at the moment, ever so slightly, just behind Lewis G. Adam L. Hefney, Lewis G, first and second, as they approach their final turn.
The boy from Nuttawading right on his shoulder, not letting him go too far. However, Blake Hughes in lane 2, third position. He's trying to sneak into tonight's final. I think a 57 will do it for him, so he needs to come back in 30 point. Hopefully the piano doesn't fall on him. Adam L. Hefney holding on to this lead, extending like I talked about. 200 butterfly background, 55.84. Second place, Lewis G at 57.07 and a 58.77 out there for fourth position, Blake Hughes. We'll see if that's enough to get him in. Scott Robinson just finishing over the top of him in that last 50 metres to finish with a 58.30. I think that might get him into tonight's final.
Event 124 on the blocks now. We've got the 200 metre 16-year-olds freestyle, often racing.
Liam Paulson in the middle of the field. We saw him with a magnificent 200 backstroke last night. Got in and around that 2 minute barrier. Potentially might have gotten under it for the first time. Now he held off in that first 100 from doing anything incredible. He made sure it was a very even race, in which I really liked watching that race plan come out in him. So we know that he has a very strong back end, and if he's leading at the start, then I think watch out the rest of the field.
Liam Paulson, 25.67. Not far behind, 26.76. We've got Liam Coldstraw out of lane 3.
So he built a 1 second lead in that first 50. Look at how hard he's kicking. I'm very surprised by this. You'd expect these kids to, if they're guaranteed to make tonight's final, not necessarily to push it as hard as they can. We'll see how long he holds on to this 4. He's backed off the legs just a little bit now. His arm strokes are still holding the same, but that might be where he's conserving his energy.
Liam Poulston.
William Goldstraw, second position, 29.42 in that last 50. Third place, William Cow in a 57.4, closely followed by Benjamin King, but he's put a bit of distance on Benjamin as it stands at the moment, the kid from Caulfield Aquatic. Here we come now. Ben King making a little bit of a move, slightly faster on that last 50, but has just dropped too much time to William Cow here. All of the boys over that 30-second barrier. Yeah, it definitely looks like Liam Paulson has backed off now. He's just doing enough to get into tonight's final, and he'll have a middle lane. It was very rare that we saw a medal come from anything outside of lane 2. So if you want to be in contention for tonight's final, I think you need to be a top 5 in these events.
And he does it in 155.01. Followed by William Goldstraw, 155.72, and William Cowell, 157.26.
Now we'll also keep an eye on that fourth time to go under the 2-minute barrier, the 159 there from King to 159.27. So we've got to have 4 people from at least one heat. That will make it through to tonight's final. So usually the split is 4 from the first heat, 3 from the second, 3 from the third. That's how it's meant to be designed. That's the idea of seeded timed heats. Very even start here. We'll see how many of these boys can get under that 2-minute barrier, as 10th position coming into the heats this morning is a 2:00.33. So we've already had those 4 swimmers under 2 minutes.
Almost the whole pool touching the wall at the same time for their first 25, but they're coming back now.
Sam Hartley and Oliver Callio had good, impressive swims last night. I remember seeing their names in and around the program. However, Kasai there in the middle, lane 4, absolutely fantastic swim. Look at how powerful his arm stroke is on his non-breathing stroke. It really drives him forward. His other arm stroke obviously does enough and gets him over the water, but he's got a lot of power in that left arm. It's beautiful to watch.
Casey out of lane 4, extending his lead now.
So here we go. We've got a 2 body length lead here. Lane number 6, Samuel Pozzoli. There is in lane number 7. Lane number 6. He's holding on to second place. Sam Hartley in lane 5 looking to go with him. How many of these boys can get under that 2-minute barrier? I think it's going to be the top 3, Will.
Here's Casey out of lane 4. Rounding off his final lap. He is in front. Probably about a body length in front of Sam Hartley out of lane 5. But it is Casey, lane 4, 155.89. Followed by Samuel Pozzoli, 158.19.
So we see there the 3 boys under that 2-minute barrier. Now Oliver Callio, he is right on the brink, so 2:00.13. That could be the cutoff right there as to who actually makes it in and misses this final.
Got some really good quality racing this morning here as we're going into our third heat for the 16-year-old 200-metre freestyle event. Definitely not one I'd want to be starting my morning with, but the boys are going in very, very hard and fast. They know that they've got some really hard times to make, so it'd be interesting to see how this heat goes.
Well, this 2:00 barrier that we keep talking about, 2:00.13, I think that's 7th at the moment, maybe 8th, that's 8th. So if you can get 3 guys in this heat under 2 minutes, those 3 will basically be guaranteed a spot into tonight's final. It's just a question of how fast.
Exactly right, and in this heat, out of lane
4.
Lane 4, that's right. We've got Noah Chappell, who's had a fantastic weekend of racing. He has been quite phenomenal yesterday over in Pool 2 in the time finals, just really testing himself and cutting off some of that personal best as well, cutting off some time.
Now we know Cody Said is a good quality distance swimmer. We see him a lot in the 400 and the 800 and 1500 metre events. So I'd back him in here. He's with the crowd. He isn't quite going to catch Noah Chappell in lane 4. He started out in a 54.9, but if he's about his distance swimming, he should be able to come home in a very even time to that 57 that he went out in. I'm hoping that he can be around that 155 barrier, 156, 157 barrier.
Yeah, and it's looking like he's doing it quite well coming out of that water. Kicking seems to be quite solid as well. He's starting to push here. You can see he's just amped up the gears as they're approaching this final portion of the race.
We see a very clear top 3 in this event. I just don't know how fast this third position is going to be. These first 2 are definitely making it under the 2-minute barrier. I think that out there in lane number 3 can do it as well.
154.86.
There it is. So we got our 3 swimmers under 2 minutes. As we said at the start, 2 minutes was the time to beat. 4 did in the first heat, 3 in the second, 3 in the third, and a 2:00.13 is the 11th place finisher. So very impressive swimming there. Much faster than the times we saw as our entry times. It looks like it's going to be a fast heat session. Underway here with the backstroke events. This event number the event number 126, the boys' 15-year-old 100-metre backstroke. Record in this event is held by Braden Miles, from 2019. Aiden Ramos is the fastest qualifier in here with a 57.62. We'll see how close he can get to his PB this morning, but he's so far ahead of the rest of the field, I'd be surprised if we see 100% effort from him here.
Aiden Ramos rounding off first 50, 28.16, followed by Kepler Schneider's 28.58.
Now we see here, because it's only a 100, there's not going to be a whole lot of lead changes across the race here. It's usually once these guys get out and they set their formation in the first 25, it doesn't stray too far from that. Let's see what the top 4 times here are. 10th place in this event, as the entry time is a 101.27. We see 3 boys under that 1 minute barrier, 58.19, followed by a 58.22, super close between Kepler Schneiders and Aiden there.
Off and racing now. Hopefully that was a good photo there that someone got. I saw the flash go off.
Yep. So we have the Only 2 boys in this event have been under that 1 minute barrier so far. Unfortunately, we're missing lane 3 at the moment, Albert Hahn there, as well as lane 6. So this opens the field right up to anyone who might want to get into tonight's final. The 2 boys in the middle, both sub 60 seconds. Xavier Gray in lane 7 having a fantastic swim so far, out in a 29.21, and he's going to be pushing that 1 minute pace. Great skills underwater. Comes up alongside Maxim Hocking in lane 5. However, Maxim's definitely got the faster swim speed, and it looks like Xavier Gray's just falling behind a little bit now. Austin McNaught is starting to make his move as well, but Campbell Mills led from the start. Really stable head position, high shoulders. You can see his feet just tapping the surface of the water. He finishes in a 58.07. Followed there by a 59.56 from Maxim Hocking. Unfortunately, Xavier Gray just fell off a little bit in a 61.74, but that's 3rd place in that heat. We'll see how it lines up with the other heats.
Heat 3 now of the 13-year-olds 200-metre backstroke. It's one of those events where the long density time, one of the longer form ones, and one of the tougher events you were telling me earlier.
It's the 100 backstroke.
Oh, this is the 100 backstroke. I'm reading the wrong thing.
All good. So we carry on here. We have Ishaq Ismail, 7-time state champion from last year's event. Now, we know he's a good 200 backstroker from last year. He won a silver medal in the event, but he's been working on his power. He's a 100 butterfly, 100 freestyle champion. So let's see if he's got the pace to be able to push it up with the big boys. I assume he'll come home here and finish somewhere around that 58-second barrier. We know he's got incredible skills off the wall there.
At only 15 years of age as well, so he's only really midway through this competition age-wise.
Exactly. He finishes in a 58.52. 2nd place there, Aiden Tang. That's a 59.87. Finished a little bit slow there in a time. Both boys either side of Ishaq finished in 31s, whereas Ishaq, obviously a second and a half faster, finished in a 30.3. So once again, back end really dominates the racing here this morning. We've got a 1 minute on the board as well as a 101. So we'll see how these boys fare, but I'm going to say around 1 minute mid will make tonight's final.
As we're going into the 4th and final, we've got 4 swimmers in the pool, and like we talked about earlier, it'd be a lot harder to be out there and race with not a full pool, but also it can be very good to be able to set some own PBs as well.
Just had a little bit of movement on the blocks there, so we're just waiting. We'll try again.
The officials do a fantastic job here making sure that everything runs smoothly and runs exactly to T as the boys are underway for their 4th and final heat here in the backstroke 100-metre event. Could almost put a blanket across them in the pool here, but it seems to be quite the case in the start of the first 25 metres of the race. Coming into the second 25 metres, so up to the 50-metre mark, that's when we start to see some movement.
Exactly. Being short course swimming, it is generally very consistent across the field for that first 15, 25 metres. But in saying that, a lot of our medalists last night set that tone so early that by the 50-metre mark, you basically saw who was going to win the race because they were that confident in themselves. But in saying that, I cannot divide this last heat here. We got Kevin in lane 4, seems to be holding on to the lead. He was dead heat in front of Tiger Zimo Song in lane number 5, but I think that Chen in lane 3 is the one that's going to come through and win this heat.
It's definitely been close between the 4 boys. Definitely a tough race to be out there as they're coming in and touching the wall at a 106.12 for Tianqi Chen. Second, 106.62 for Kevin Huang, and a 106.99 for Tiger Zimo Song.
We might just hold up proceedings here. We're about 7 minutes ahead of the timeline. Now, we only had, at the time of the last race finishing, there were only 5 boys ready for this first heat of 100 freestyle. And you'd expect everyone wants to swim the 100 freestyle, so it's a bit of a surprise to see a lot of people missing. But because we dropped a whole 400 IM, we saved ourselves about 5 minutes on the program, and then we've also caught up about another 2 minutes, so we're 7 minutes ahead. We've just had about 3 more boys turn up, so we're only missing Peter Kim in lane 3 at the moment, and lane number 8 as well, Oliver Sealy. But the rest of the field has turned up. I think we'll probably get underway sometime soon, but always good to make sure that you are very aware of when your heat is meant to be swimming and when that lines up with when they actually are going to be swimming.
That's it. So if you are here and you are watching on your phone, just make sure that you are just checking those times to see and where we are in the program as well. It's looking like we are going to get underway here for event 129, the 14-year-old 100-metre freestyle. I love to call this one too the splash and dash because even though it is 100 metres, it is a quick race coming in with all the seed times under the 1 minute mark. Yeah,
this is the premier event of swimming, the 100 freestyle, men, women, all kind of age groups. Everyone wants to be an elite 100 freestyler. We are looking at the age group record holder here in Han-Tang Wang. He set it about a week ago. Or 2 weeks ago, apologies. So he will not be slowing down. It's a 51.19. So we saw him break an Australian record last night. We'll see how close he gets to his own Victorian record here this morning. I hope that he backs off just a little bit. We don't need to see a maximum effort time here. We just want to see him be prepared for tonight's final. And he has dominated this field. And he is going to touch the wall first. And out there in lane 1, Ethan Carr. Incredible underwaters on the young man. He finishes in second position. A 52.99 for Han-Tang. Followed by Evan Yam, a 54.95, 54.98, 3/100ths of a second behind for Ethan Carr out there in lane number 1. And fourth position was a 57.42.
Got a nice and full pool deck there now coming into the second heat as they entering the water now. All seed times of under that 1 minute mark, so this is really going to be the boys in this entire event are going to be pushing hard to be able to beat that time. Tough coming up against Han-Tang Wang in that first one, but we've got the likes of Lincoln Hall and Oscar Zhu out there in those middle 4 and 5 lanes who are really pushing hard and just coming in, touching that wall first.
Lincoln Hall made the move from Nuttawatting to Surrey Park over this last year. So that seems to have done something for him because I remember him as a 400 freestyle, 400 IM swimmer. Now, next thing you know, he's second fastest qualifier for the 100 freestyle.
Must have been the move of gold.
Exactly. Come down to the final 10 metres here. He looks really strong, super high arm on the left side. Touches the wall first. Second, lane 8. Massive PB, a 55.22. Comes down from a 58.8. A small disqualification there for lane 7. And in third place, we've got a 55.53. We'll see what fourth, and there's a couple more 55s in there as well. It's a little bit faster than the previous heat.
Few names to watch out, those middle lanes as well in this event. Great racing yesterday from the likes of Jack Hayes, Fraser Blair and Thomas Poppins are in 3, 4 and 5 in this heat here now. So they're going around that first 25 metre mark coming up. They're not spending much time underwater. They're wanting to get out there and get flying down this pool for the short course event. Yeah,
so we see Fraser Blair had an excellent swim last night. I believe it might have been in the 200 freestyle potentially. He was very impressive, the young man. So he definitely had a couple of good swims last night. I remember seeing the name around quite a bit. We'll see what he can do here in the 100. Looks like Thomas Poppins is slightly holding on to his lead. Just ahead of Fraser Blair there, who's made his move in that third 25. Just holding off currently Jack Hayes, but Jack is coming back into the fray at the moment. Thomas Poppins, 54.98, 55.57 and 55.59. For Jack and Fraser respectively. Fourth position there going to go to Luca, 57.2. So this is going to be hard. It's hard for me to get a read on what's going to make tonight's final. It might be that 56.2 that we saw in the previous heat. Might have been the cutoff.
We will definitely be finding out how that the time that is needed to get into this time final tonight after the fourth heat at the moment, which is underway. A few good names out here. Sheng Yu Han out of lane 4. We've got Raymond Grave as well in lane 5, who have had an outstanding weekend of swimming. But it's looking like it's going to be lane 3 at the moment. Hugh Roberts, who is just a fraction in front of the pack there with the 27.15 split time there. And the outside lane, Bobby Zhang in 7 as well, touching that wall at the exact same time, 27.15 as Hugh Roberts.
Yeah, so happy birthday as well to Maverick Hewson out there in lane number 8. Turns 14 today, so is able to swim in this event. And we see him come down to the wall here, finish in the top 4, have a beautiful birthday present. Gets touched out in 5th position, but well done to Bobby Zhang there in lane number 7, who takes home the cake of 57.42. Very clinical swim and a great PB from the young man. Underway here with the boys, 13-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. Lachlan Bull, the age group and all-comer record from last year in this event. He moved up to the 14-year-old age group. And we saw another breaststroke event fall last night. Quinn Richards took the 100 breaststroke record. So we'll see how close these boys can get. Some big names here, Leonardo Hernandez and Elijah Lamont. Big programs. Lucas Yu we saw earlier in the 400 individual medley, I believe.
That we did. And the one thing about breaststroke, particularly being a 200-metre event, like what is the techniques that you'd be looking out for in this type of race?
You'd expect there to be a lot less strokes. So you compare someone like, if you look at the elite Victorians at the moment, both of them world championships over previous years. You look at Sam Williamson, he's super high, super powerful, massive frame, like just a strong boy. You compare him to someone like Zach Stubblety-Cook, a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller frame, but super efficient. I kid you not, the guy would take 3 or 4 strokes per lap across a 25-metre. And he would do it so fast, and it's all about conserving energy. So that's what you want to see in a 200. Breaststroke is a really taxing event, on the legs especially, but just in general, it's one of the hardest events, one of the highest energy consumption events that you can do. So you want to make sure that you're efficient, and when you have the chance, get that free speed at the front of your stroke.
Absolutely, and we're seeing some really good progression here out of lane 4, James Bigelow, as well as lane 5, Elijah Lamont, who's been another name who's done quite well. I think he was in the medley as well yesterday over in the Horton pool, and did quite well for himself in the breaststroke portion. And it is key when you're having athletes like these competing in the medley events. Being skilled at backstroke, it really does pay off. In breaststroke, sorry, it really does pay off.
Well, funny you say backstroke, because I believe he won a bronze medal.
Yes,
Elijah
that's what
Lamont,
I was thinking about
in the 200 backstroke. So maybe we found one. Maybe we have found a
crossover.
backstroke breaststroker. But at 13, these guys will be trained in everything. They won't have any specific races that they do. Obviously, you've got events you're better at, but Rowan Taylor, the head coach of Australia, says everyone should be a medley swimmer until they turn 15. You know, just do every event. We come down to the wall here. James Bigelow, comfortable from the very start, a 2:34.68. Elijah Lamont in second place, the fastest finisher of the heat, a 2:40.89. And we'll see how these boys line up, a 47 and a 48 for Pala and Leonardo Hernandez. The 10th place seed time was Leonardo Hernandez, 2:49.95, so he's already taken a second off of what he was to finish 10th there.
It's always good to get some time off your seed times as well, which is your PB in most cases in the swimming world. We're about to get underway here for heat 2 of the 200-metre breaststroke. I've got some familiar names again across this program. Daniele Mancini, he's out in lane 4 at the moment. And he had quite a good day yesterday as well. Had a swim this morning too, so it's programs like these that really puts you to the test with 3 days of consistent swimming and sometimes almost back-to-back events.
Now, I'll need to find out whether he challenged it and whether he was successful or not, but you say he had a good day. Unfortunately, he got disqualified last night in the 200-metre backstroke. Finished in 3rd position. Elijah Lamont finished in 4th, and so he did get disqualified. However, I need to see if that disqualification was upheld, but unfortunately didn't have the best night last night. Comes back for the 200 breaststroke this morning. He's out in 4th position at the moment. Ethan Dennison pushing the pace early. Nice underwater from the young man. Really long underwater there from Zhu Yan Tu in lane number 5. And just following him is Gary Wang in lane number 3.
Yeah, Zhu Yan is picking up the pace a little bit here. Probably getting a little bit direction from the coaches on the sidelines there to start. Just keep going, keep motivated, because it's the longer form events like these that you really can get a little bit down on yourself, but to keep that consistency, the rhythm, it's something in the longer form swimming that you need to keep up, is that find that rhythm and keep in it.
A bit of a misconception. If you ever watch Zach Stubblety-Cook, who's the premier 200 breaststroker probably of the world over the last 5 years, a lot of people say, wow, he's got such a great last 50. He really picks up the pace last 50. He actually doesn't. He swims slower on the last 50 than the 50 before, but just everyone else around him slows down even more. You don't have to set the world on fire and break new ground on the last 50. You just have to make sure that you don't fall off your times. Maybe get some green times on the board like Daniele Mancini has done here. He's come around in a 41.12. He's definitely following the Zach Stubblety-Cook mould of just finishing really strong compared to the rest of the field. He went from about 2 or 3 body lengths behind to now up and right up level with 1st place.
And it's not much left in this race here as we're coming in under the flags now. And it's going to be a good finish there by Daniele Mancini, redeeming himself from yesterday with a 2:40.07 in 1st. 2nd place, Gary Wang out of lane 3 with a 2:40.59, crept up there. And in 3rd, Ethan Dennison out of lane 6 with a 2:40.92. So some good times in that heat.
Final seeded heat here for the 200 breaststroke. We come into the water now. First 25 done. Lane 5 not hanging around waiting for anyone else to take the race on. He wants to do it himself. Gabriel Yeo, the kid from Nuttawading, up against Thomas Johnson, the boy from VIC Centre. We were talking about stroke types before. You know, and talking about big, powerful strokes that you would see the sprinters do. It's definitely what Gabriel Yeo is doing there in lane number 4. He's almost getting his hips out of the water when he lifts his whole body up. He gets so high. And so we'll see how much power. Obviously, it generates a lot of power. He's winning quite comfortably at the moment. But will that use of energy take a toll on him and really hamper him towards the back end of the race?
It'll be interesting to see if they can catch up. Gabriel Yeo getting to the 100-metre mark. He turns it around in a 1:12.60.
So interesting to note, he was a 33, followed it up with a 38. Thomas Johnson started with a 36, followed it up with a 40. Now, if Thomas wants to go 40-40, he will finish in around about that 3rd or 4th position overall for this event. So he's not even doing that badly. It's just that Gabriel Yeo is sending it to the moon, really setting a statement here early in this race and sending a statement to the rest of the field.
Yeah, Gabriel Yeo will come first. About 2 body lengths.
So 50 metres to go here. Now, the other important thing to note is you look at last night, a lot of the medal winners came out of those middle lanes. Is he trying to get himself in and around those good swimmers so that they can drag him through? As I said, he went 33 on the first 50, 38 the second 50. He's blown out to a 41 here. So if anyone can just hold those 40-second 50s, then maybe they were able to catch him tonight. But he has definitely got the fastest swim in this heat. We'll need to see how it lines up against James Bigelar, who was the fastest time we've seen this morning in a 2:34. And he's just gone a 2:34 as well. He finished a little bit faster there. I don't think he's held much in the tank. He's breathing very heavy, but it's very good to see that he has got this under control, and he's looking up at the crowd, very happy with himself. Great swim from the young man. Second place there, Thomas Johnson, very good time of a 2:40.0, very competitive in the last heat, and a 47.19. I think that might just be enough to make it into tonight's final.
Third and final heat underway. 200-metre breaststroke for the 13-year-old boys.
So we've got Caleb Wong, Jaden Zhu, and Callum Hackett. Just the 3 of them going head-to-head. We'll see what Jaden can pull out here because he's leading them around early.
Lanes 3, 4, and 5 occupied for this one.
So here we go. Lane 4 and 5 very close together. Now, we've established early on we established throughout the meet that once you get to these kind of heats, you're not necessarily looking at finals, you're looking at personal improvement. You want to see some improvement because this is a lot of work that has gone into this year, especially the short course season. It's about 4 months out of your year where you're working on improving just to get to these age championships. All of these boys, entry times, 3:02, 0.0, 0.5 and 0.6 respectively. So we're just seeing anything under 3 minutes is going to be a massive personal best for these guys.
All Jaden Zhu out front right now.
First 2 boys turned in sub 40 seconds, I should say. So 37.0 for Jaden Zhu. He's come into the wall now, followed it up with a 43, so around 120. If he can come back in a 126 or so, which seems very likely, then potentially he could get himself under 3 minutes for the first time this season and probably the first time in his career. For the other 2 boys, 47.3 and a 47.5 for the 2 young lads. They turned in a 127 and a 128. Coming down the home stretch now. 70 metres left. Looks like the stroke rate's just dropped a little bit. He's realised he's out by himself, Jaden Zhu. He's got to keep pushing for himself. His arms are very shallow there. His hand's not really coming back to his body. He's keeping them out in front like a little doggy paddle kind of skull thing. But it works for him. He's got his kick going nice and strong behind him. And at the end of the day, the breaststroke, because the legs are so important, the arms could just kind of get you up, get a little breath in. But then the kick is the thing that really drives you forward.
Jaden Zhu. 12 metres left. Will come first. We'll just get his time. 2:53.17.
So we spoke about earlier, anything under that 3 minute barrier is a massive personal best. So congratulations, he's got himself onto the wall. 3:03.58, just outside his personal best for Callum Hackett, but a great swim nonetheless. And Caleb Wong finishes it off there. Well done to the young man.
Moving on to event 133, the boys 12-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. So we're same stroke, same distance, one age group behind now. So that we get to see the young 12-year-olds out here. It's going to be a tough race for them today. Just coming into this competition because 12 years old is the starting for the age short course championship. And just quickly on that, the Fun Swim initiative, which is a fantastic initiative for swimmers aged 7 to 12 years with a fun, engaging, accessible introduction to racing and squad-style training. It's designed to complement Learn to Swim programs. Fun Swim helps participants develop race key-ready skills in a supportive, low-pressure setting. Whether run weekly or as a one-off event, the program offers both valuable skill development and a social welcome environment. If that is something that you are interested in, getting those younger swimmers involved, contact Swimming Victoria to find out more. That's Fun Swim. And we are underway here. We've got our current leader in Lark Privatelli out of lane 3. Following in behind Elise Deschaluk, and in a third position, Andy Zhao. So just all in that 1:19 split time there.
Boys out of lanes 3, 4 and 5. Almost going stroke for stroke now as they approach the 125 metre mark. It's like Privatelli, MLC Aquatics just in front. Maybe we'll see what happens here. Yeah, it's still out of lane 3, like Privatelli, 201.94. Very, very close behind Elise out of lane 4.
The boys are absolutely working hard here coming into the final moments of this heat. It is a tough length of time, the 200-metre event, especially in the stroke of breaststroke, and these 12-year-old boys are absolutely putting their all in this morning, trying to get some good times on the board as they're closing in, coming up under the flags shortly for the final portion of this race. And a nice touch there by Lark Privatelli, our leader for the most of the race there at a 2:42.5. Followed closely behind at a 2:42.53 is Elise Deschaluk, and in third position there with a 2:44.86, Andy Zhao out of lane 5.
Moving on to the second heat here for the 200 breaststroke. Now, we've only got 3 heats, so all heats are going to be timed finals. The boy from Nana Aqua Power, Austin Yuan, in lane 4. We saw him have some good swims last night.
And also in the lane next to him is Pierce Snow, who was our earlier on today, the one that came from the outside lane. That did quite well in that breaststroke portion of the medley there. And he's now here in his 200-metre event out in lane 5.
So Austin Wan had a gold in the 100 freestyle last night, so we know that he's a very accomplished swimmer. And we saw LSI in the previous heat. He won gold in the 200 butterfly. So we've got a really stacked heat or stacked event for tonight's final. despite it being a 200 breaststroke, which is a bit odd for a 200 butterfly and a 200 freestyler. But what's great is that these boys are 12 years old. They're getting out there. They're just doing any event that they can get their hands on. So it's very impressive that we see good coverage across the board. And also Lack was in the 200 backstroke final last night as well. So the winner of the previous heat, could he go again and see if he can get a medal this time in a 200-metre event?
All I can say is to be 12 again and have that energy.
Oh, it would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Just to rock up to meets like this.
We all want to be a 12-year-old boy for another time in our life.
Exactly. So we go back to the action. Austin Yuan has held a strong lead. Fastest 50 there in the second 50. He turned in a 1:19.38. Sub that 1:20 barrier. His entry time into this event is a 2:47.59. We'll see how he fares against the previous heat, but he's looking very competent over the rest of the field so far. Tran out here in lane number 7, 43.3 on the last 50. We'll see how he turns on this 50. He turns in a 44.81, 206.1, closely followed by Snow Pierce. We know he's got a good back end on him, but maybe that's taken it out of him in the 400 individual medley. He's going to be a little bit tired coming into this event. Ruben Grief there in lane number 3 as well, in and around the placings, and not to be discounted here, Harry Knight out here in lane 8.
As we're going into the final portion of this event, just keeping a steady rhythm there as well, like he has throughout the entire race there out of lane 4 there in Austin Yuan.
Here comes Snow Pierce. As we spoke about earlier, he closed that gap. It was 0.8 of a second, and he touches the wall in second place. About a second and a half faster just on that lap alone than Tran. So we see a 2:45.4, a 2:49.7, and a 2:50.2. Now Ruben Grief out there in the lane number 3, a 2:52.51. How did that compare to the last heat?
Just looking back at those times that I didn't write down, that I think I think you did, no, you did. We both did it. We both slacked on that one.
Sorry.
Sorry, guys. I know we were trying to do a really good transition there as well, and it
didn't quite work.
It didn't quite pan out. Maybe the next one.
We've got them on the next one. We know what they saw in heat number 2.
That's it. It's always hard when there's a page turner.
Exactly.
As we're going into this third and final heat. Nice stacked pool out here today. There's some names that have swum already today out there in the pool. And there's some that I haven't seen today as of yet for this 200-metre breaststroke event for the 12-year-old boys.
Otto Piper, I remember seeing his name last night. I'm just trying to remember what in. He definitely got a mention last night, so that makes me think he was up there in the medal placings. Just having a quick look.
You have a look for that, and I'll have a look out on the pool now, out in the McConnell pool, as we see just 2 out in front there, lanes 3 and lane 4. Jai Zhao and George Zheng coming in with a 36 and a 37 on that touch there. Motoring on quite well, getting their bodies out of the water nice and high. You can definitely see the form on GE there coming out of the water. It to me almost looks like it's a cricket position. To me, it's a nice high out of that water.
I just did all this searching for Otto. He's not even in the race. He hasn't turned up.
He hasn't turned up.
But he silver medal in the 200 backstroke last night. The 2 boys from Yarra Plenty Waves, I assume they trained together. Zheng and Zhou out there in lane 3 and 4. Return at the 100-metre mark. They're both under that 120 barrier. Very good barrier to be under. Very competitive for tonight. Not closely followed by Harvey Huang. And out there is Daniel Songzhu in lane number 2. Robert as well in lane number 6 is not too far off the pace. So I think this could be a pretty quick heat. And we'll see how this goes for tonight's final. As
they're going in under the flags now in that back end of the pool, we've got some great strides out there for Jiang Yi and George Zhang there, who are out in the lead and have maintained that lead. But it's looking like it's going to be a good turn there, a nice 201.7 there, so a 41.76 split for George Zhang, who's just got in front of Jia Yi.
Yeah, green time on the board, so he's obviously made the effort to put in a lot into that 200 breaststroke. So we'll see what's happening here. He touches the wall with 25 metres to go. He'll be into tonight's final. It's about how fast can he do it. Look at the power he generates on that arm stroke. We talk about, oh, great timing on the kick. Yeah, I'm looking at this now. I'm actually breaking down his technique. His hips are always moving forward. He doesn't have a stationary point in the stroke. He looks fantastic in this last 20 metres.
And he absolutely went hard and fast into that wall, which sometimes you have to do to get a split like that. And at the finishing time of 2:43.38 for George Zhang there out of lane 4. Lane 3, Zhiyi Zhao with a 2:45.79. And coming in third, Harvey Huang with a 2:48.14. So well raced by those boys. George Zhang there really did follow through well.
So we got some times on this one.
We did.
The top 4 around that 2:51 mark. We had 3 swimmers in that heat under 2:50. In the previous heat, we only had 2, but one of them right on that 2:50 barrier. So that could potentially be the deciding factor for who makes the final tonight.
And we are underway for event 135, the 17-18 200 metre freestyle. These boys absolutely go hammer and tongue out here in this event. Although it is the longer form event of the 200, these boys make it look just effortless.
Yeah, they really do.
So we've got lane 4 out front. Who is that, Adam?
Sam Welsh rounding off first, 25.74. Followed close behind Morgan Moran, 26.87.
And it's not often that we do get a clear leader at this point in time in a race like this. It's usually, like I said earlier, you can put a blanket across them. But this event, they're actually in the V formation, which I love to point out yesterday with Kalia. It's their split times in a V. It's their C times, in a V. So it is quite noticeable in this race. They're all racing to their personal best there with a clear leader in Welsh out in front.
Sam Welsh, lane 4, approaching the 150 metre mark now. We do have Matthew Moran in lane 3, gaining a little bit of time here. Sam Welsh, 125.51.
Matthew Moran really creeping hard, coming up against his competitor there in Welsh, who's maintained that lead for the majority of this race, but it's not over until the wall is touched at the end, and it's definitely going to be, the gap has closed.
Sam Welsh, lane 4, 155.99 in first place. Matthew Moran second, 157.01. And in third, Cedric Wetzels, 157.89. Two or three on the blocks now. In 17 and 18, 200 metre freestyle underway. Bit more of an even start, this one.
As coming into that first turn there. Like I said earlier on, this is one of those races, the 17-18 boys, they just make it look absolutely easy. They're just motoring through this, but it's all about that technique and getting that rhythm in this race here. We've got the likes of Eli Billman out there. Oh, no, he's not out there. Owen Kruger is the one that I'm thinking of there, did that split in 26.17 there. Just absolutely motoring through this one. Thomas Costello, another name who has been notable throughout this weekend, sitting in second position there out of lane 5 and 6. They've sort of segregated. They've got no one on the other side of them, so that breathing, you can just see Owen just checking out the competition to his left there switching it up to his right just to see where he is in that position. But he is sitting in a nice position for this 200-metre free.
As he approaches the 150-metre mark. At lane 5, Owen Kruger. It's a split time, 124.98. Followed closely by Thomas Costello. Lane 6, 126.45. We'll see if he can close this gap, put enough pressure on him. So as they make their final turn now.
So we've got some green times up there for Owen Kruger, 29.36, which is absolutely phenomenal at this point in the race. And it's coming in to touch the wall. Owen Kruger with a 154.21. In second, Thomas Costello with a 156.06. And third, Riley Hodgins with a 157.62. And just shy of that is at the 2-minute mark out of lane, I don't know, James McGrath coming in at a 4th.
Back underway here with the 200 freestyle for men. Now, we spoke about earlier the 17, 18-year-old, because they are so much more, so much more developed in their career. What they do is they make this look so easy. They have their technique down pat. The boy from VIC Centre here, Oliver McCormack, look at the way he just glides through the water. Unfortunately, it looked like he got a little bit close on the turn there, but he comes up, he comes out. He gets his arm on that 45-degree angle, extends out in front and just rips past it. All of the boys in the field just about have a 6-beat kick and they're ready to grumble.
This comes with experience, yeah?
Exactly, exactly. You know, the more that you do it, by the time you're 17, 18, you've done hundreds of 200s. You know, and not to even mention what it feels like at training, the amount of times that you do it. So Oliver McCormack rounds in a 28-second for that 50, out in a 53.40. That is very fast. We'll see how close he can get and to maintaining that. He could be around the low 150s here if he holds on to this pace, but it already looks like he's backed off a little bit.
Oliver McCormack, at lane 4.
Yuan Lokama is in second place there. These boys have cleared out from the rest of the field. Harry Kuma and Lewis G are fighting for that third position. They're separated by less than half a second in lanes 2 and 3, staring each other in the face, breathing at each other. Are they going to breathe towards each other on the way back? We've got Oliver McCormack wrapped up the heat win by the looks of it. 25 metres to go. Turn in a 123 there. He'll probably finish in a 153. Maybe even a 152 if he wants to get going, but I think around a 153, maybe a 154 will be the time that he posts for tonight. Comes into the wall, 153.50. Second place there is Yuan from lane 5, and Lewis G does just enough to finish over the top of Harry Kuma. Fifth place there going to Marley Sutherland, just missing out on that 2-minute barrier.
Event 137 nearly underway now. Boys are on the blocks. 200 metres butterfly for the 16-year-olds.
Now 200 butterfly, very, very tricky event. So how many have we got in this field? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 swimmers in the field. Cody said, we know he's a fantastic distance swimmer, so he's used to the pain. Don't be too scared if he's off the pace in this first 100 metres, because we know he's a 200, 400, 800 athlete. So he could come back in this second half of the race. We've got Sam Hartley, who's just an all-around incredible swimmer. We see him in the middle of the field so often. Great underwater there for the kid from Yarra Plenty Waves.
Sam Hartley in front.
So here we go here. We've got lane number 6. This kid from Nuttawading, Oliver Lesich, pushing the pace. You're going to need to see at least 5 people from this heat and the 5 people from the next heat. So where is that 5th place going to come from? Gavin Danny in lane number 7 there is holding on to 5th position. On the far side of the pool, Marco French is in 4th. 34 seconds seems to be the time to beat, or the time to hold in that second 50 of racing, leading into the 100-metre mark. But now we lead into the 150-metre mark. Cody said has extended out from that main group behind him. He looks pretty comfortable at the moment, but incredible swim here from Sam Hartley and Louis Sherratt, sorry.
Sam Hartley, 133.76. As he approaches the 175-metre mark. He's sort of pulling away a bit further at the moment, I've found, just after that last turn.
Yeah, so he had a 33-second split there on the third 50. Most of the rest of the field was 34s and 35s. It's going to be very close. This could decide who makes it into tonight's final. Gavin Danny has just fallen off the pace of Oliver Lesich, who's found something and is moving up a little bit higher in the rankings. Sam Hartley finished in first, 2:08.1, 2:11.2 for Louis Sherratt. And Cody said in third place, finishing a little bit faster, Marco French and Oliver Lesich. But we'll need to keep an eye on the time that comes 6th there, because that was a 2:17.28. We'll see how that compares to the next heat.
Two or two in the water now. Men's 16-year-old 200-metre butterfly.
7 in the last heat, 6 in this heat. So 13 swimmers will be in this event, which means only 3 people are going to miss out on tonight's final. So we'll see how they fare. We've obviously got our bottom 2 from that heat was finished in around a 2:17 and a potentially a 2:16 and a 2:21. See how that compares to this heat. Anyone from the previous heat that finished in the top 4, I believe, are automatically in to tonight's final. They don't have to worry about times. It's those bottom 3 athletes that have to start looking at how they compare to this heat. Lane number 6 here, Ben Hynam. He's out leading, taking the lead off of Gabriel Wong, who was leading after 50 metres. Ben Merrilees, we see him in a lot of backstroke events. Leon Vidal, also known as a bit of a breaststroker. He's in lane 4. He's in 4th position at the moment. 5th goes to Casey. They're in lane 5. And in 6th position, Hayden Wilson out in a 1:05. So 1:05 is pretty quick. He needs to be able to back it up, though.
As they approach the 150-metre mark. Got Leon Vidal, 136.23. We've had a couple of leader changes in this race so far. It's been very interesting.
Yeah, look at how fast that split is. A lot of the field swimming 35s for that last 50. Leon Vidal was comfortably in 3rd position, moved up to 1st over 50 metres. So there's been a lot of chopping and changing. And I love when you can see a race plan that obviously it was his intention to come back just as fast as he went out, if not faster. He's flying home.
He's powered along.
33, comes home in a 32. What a swim from the young man. 2nd place there, Ben Merrilees. Ben Hynam falling off the pace a little bit, finishing in a 37. So all of those boys are comfortably going to be into tonight's final. Top 5 finishing in a 2:15.82. 6th position is a 2:20, so he won't make it into tonight's final. There'll be Hayden Wilson out there in lane 7, but very impressive swims all around from that heat. We move on to one of the favourite events of the short course program. It's the 15-year-old 100-metre individual medley. Ishaq Ismail is in lane number 4, defending champion from this event. He won 7 gold medals at the state championships last year. This was one of them. Let's see if he can back it up. Incredible underwaters once again.
And he's done well to start here. As soon as I saw him up on the podium over there, I thought, this is one to watch here as he's coming in with that split at a 27.39. So nice and quick out there.
He's the only person in this event to break that minute barrier. Not only has he broken the minute barrier, he's a 58.2. So you'd expect him to walk into tonight's final and potentially walk home a gold medal if he can stay anywhere near that. We'll see the time he comes in with this morning. 10th place seed timing is Callum Otto, lane number 6, 102.45. I can guarantee you we're going to need something faster than that to make tonight's final.
And touching that wall at the time of 59.49, light work there for Ishaq Ismail. And in second position with a 101.12, Hamish Davern. And sitting in third, is just waiting for that to come up the screen, Callum Otto with a 101.23.
So top 5 swims there, all under that 104 barrier. Top 3 were all under that 102.4 that I said before. So we're going to need to have a look at how close that is. We're missing lanes 3 and lane 6 of the next heat. So that usually pushes the pace a little bit, those more outside lanes. How are we looking compared to the timeline? Are we still well ahead?
Yeah, we are quite a bit ahead. I think we're still about 6 or so minutes ahead here. But it's looking like they're just going to continue on. Marshalling was successful as the boys enter the pool now for the 100-metre individual medley, which is quickly becoming one of my favourite events to watch. They absolutely just go hammer and toe out there for the butterfly portion. But you just got to race your hardest with only having 50 metres of 25, which is it's unique to this event style, to the short course, this event.
Yeah, very. What's beautiful about it is because the changes are so quick, I remember thinking, my muscles don't get sore in any one thing because you're constantly changing.
That's it. And if you're doing well under the water as well, that's less time that you have to swim that stroke for. And it's definitely proved vital here out of lane 4 there. Quinn Richards doing quite well. But Jaden Zhang out of lane 2 is also doing quite well there. They're just battling it out here for the freestyle portion of this event. But it is looking, though, Quinn Richards is going to bring this one home under the flags with a time of 1 minute 0.36. Coming in second, just coming around, but in front of Jaden was Andrew Spence out of lane 5 with a 101.41. Adriano Mariani with a 101.88, and in fourth position, Jaden Zhang with a 101.
Yeah, so first to the 54th at the 100. Let's hope that doesn't cost him too much, but that was a faster heat than the previous one.
That's what I love about this medley, is that each heat, you never know who's going to be coming out with such a quick time.
Adriano Mariani, his father, works at Caterina Wine Bar in the city. Very, very good quality chef. And true Italian, I love it.
True Italian, I'll have to check it out.
He's such a beautiful man to talk to as well. I enjoy every time I go in there. I get to have a chat with him. As we move on to the third timed heat of this event, Aiden Ramos, we know, is an elite backstroker. Xavier Gray, all around good quality swimmer. So let's see if Aiden Ramos can make any moves in this backstroke leg here. Watch him to come through. He was third at the turn. He's moving himself up to second and onto the shoulder of first, Christopher Lee.
Coming in it now to the second half of this race. We've got a split time of 27.2 there for Christopher Lee. Breaststroke portion, the make or break, but his stroke is absolutely phenomenal out there, getting nice and high out of the water.
You can see his lower back is almost getting out of the water as well. He gets so high up. It's very impressive to see. So Christopher Lee still holding on to a commanding lead here. Aiden Tang made massive moves in that breaststroke, was a whole second behind the leaders, and is now in second position right on the feet of our lane 4 winner there, 60.29. Second place there, gonna go to Aiden Tang, 61.68, a little bit slower. Third place looked like it was Aiden Ramos there.
Yep, Aiden Ramos with a 102.24.
And 102.3, that might cost Xavier Gray a spot.
Yes, we've only got 3 swimmers in this final heat for the 100 metre individual medley here for the 15-year-old boys. They're going to be powering through this one, though. It's always nice, packed together there for the butterfly portion, all touching that wall with very similar times, but it's Alexander Yin there with a 0.56 split.
Based off the times I have, sorry to interrupt,
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Aiden Ramos might miss the final as well by
Wow.
1/10 of a second. He was right up there in after the backstroke leg and just unfortunately fell a little bit too far behind. But, I mean, that's the beauty of this swimming, is there's a lot going on constantly at all times. We now look to this event.
Tianqi Chen there in second, but it's looking like he's just going to be touching that wall, thinking very similarly to Alexander Yin. Out here as we see a breakaway now in the pack for the freestyle portion of this event coming in home, and it's going to be Tianqi Chen with the 104.8, second Alexander Yin with a 106.07, and Sebastian Flowers in third with a 108 there, finishing off that event.
Good PBs from lane 4 and 3 there. We just take a slight break to get all the backstroke ledges out. It's not like yesterday. We had an hour straight of 200-metre backstrokes.
Yeah, I had the same over in the Horton pool. Once those they were in, it was back to back to back to back backstroke. But it's quite interesting to see how the the time and the age groups progress as well, and even some of the 12-year-olds were having faster times than, you know, the 13, 14-year-old boys. So it's just so interesting to see when the events are grouped, because you get a little bit lost going back and forth from, you know, different swim strokes out here. It is sometimes nice to have a bit of consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you see why they put all the backstroke events together, because we end up waiting for the volunteers to try and get it in. They are a little bit tricky at times to operate, but for the most part they're not too bad once you get a handle on it. But the officials have to keep reteaching the volunteers like how they work, what happens in certain situations, and how to untangle them. So
but props to our volunteers out there. We would be absolutely lost and wouldn't be able to put on events like this without the monstrous amount of volunteers that come on board here. And as well, a special thank you to our officials who work tirelessly to put the events on as well.
Exactly. So we're just trying to fix up lane number 1's backstroke ledge there. Jordan Chu out there from Maccabi Ajax. Had a good 100 freestyle. I think he's just missed the final, finished about 11th. But he had a good personal best of about 0.7 of a second.
That is fantastic. I just want to do a quick plug on the Funky Trunks and Funkita, who have been major sponsors of Swim Victoria for the last 9 years. Their swimwear and products embody a sport that blends modern innovation with a rich historical legacy. Partnering with quality Australian companies, it allows Swim Victoria to provide swimmers with excellent experiences today while we're ensuring even better opportunities in the future. Make a statement. Check out their website if you're sitting at home and have a look at their pieces, or if you are here at MSAC, they are situated out in the main reception area. It's Funky Trunks and Funkita, and a lot of our swimmers do wear those bathers as well, and they're fantastic coming from a diver. I've worn them my whole life.
Yeah, they're very convenient to have. I still use Funky Trunks, and I have a Funkita towel.
I love it. We love our sponsors here at Swimming Victoria. About to get underway here for the 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke event. Full pool out there, Elliot.
Yeah, so Han Tang Wang will be the favourite for this event. Jason Denham had the best of the starts there. It's really impressive. He gets turning over the water there, and he moves on to this first 50. Hantang Wang, though, with the best of the underwaters. He's done it right back at him, going stroke for stroke down this first 50. Both of these boys looking very confident, like they will work into tonight's final. Lane number 8, Michael Pankin. He is up and racing as well. 30.61 is what he did at the turn. And Oscar Zhu there in 4th position currently.
Yeah, definitely don't discount those outside lanes. They can definitely pop up and become some of the stronger swimmers out there as well. Hantang Wang there is still in the lead. This doesn't seem to be his most prominent stroke, as he's being chased very closely there out of lane 5 with Jason Denon.
So a 61.20 to finish there. That'll comfortably get him into tonight's final. We'll have a look at what he does. And in 2nd place there, Jason Denham. So top 4 there. We're going to need to see the times. A 63.6 as well. And 5th place finished in a 64.30. So well done to all of those athletes. We move on now to Heat 2 as our volunteers get the backstroke ledgers back in the water. Athletes need to move a metre or 2 down the lane in order to make sure they're not on the wall and in the way of the starters. But we get excited for heat number 2 there.
Yes, we've got some very good names out there. Cooper Scott racing well all weekend, as well as Harry Caligaris there, another quality swimmer. Lincoln Hall too is one of name to note, but like you said earlier, when you're doing these 12, 13 and 14-year-old events, they are encouraged to do all your backstroke, your breaststroke, your freestyle and your butterfly. They are encouraged to do that, so that's why we do see a lot of those names throughout the entire weekend on the program. They're just getting out there, having a go, putting some times on the board as well.
Exactly. You see the boys get ready here. Harry Calgaris will be the favourite for this race, the only one to break 60 seconds based off heat times.
Just waiting for the race to officially start here, as we've got 2 of 5 heats out here for the 100-metre backstroke event.
So they said take your marks, but we're not sure if they have speakers behind each block. We're not sure if the speakers are broken behind lane 0 and lane 1, because when they said take your marks, the swimmers in lane 0, that's Lincoln and Douglas there, they didn't take the ready position. So we're just checking if the speakers are working. Unfortunately, a slight technical difficulty here. So, yeah, it sounds like the speakers are having a bit of trouble. And obviously we want these to be fair starts for everyone.
Absolutely. While we do have a little bit of time, I do want to mention our naming sponsor, the UNCLOUD campaign, and this one is very, very important. Swimming Victoria has partnered with VIC Health to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign across our upcoming events and programs this short course season. With more and more young people vaping every year, UNCLOUD creates space for young people to hear from their peers, share experiences, thoughts and feelings, and to have a voice. UNCLOUD is a hub to find peer-reviewed, scientifically backed information about vapes and see vaping for what it really is. It is harmful. Most importantly, it's a platform for young Australians to warn each other about the horrors of vaping. So please do visit uncloud.org to find out more. If your friends or family are vaping, please, stop. That's what the aim of the campaign is. It's not worth it.
Yeah. And I also just want to say, support the people who support us. This event literally does not exist without major sponsors like UNCLOUD, Funky Trunks, Mattioli. Yeah, all of these major sponsors are very important for this event. So just support the people who give your kids or your friends or your family a platform to be able to do the thing that they love, and just show some love to Funky Trunks, UNCLOUD, Mattioli.
As well as Fun Swim Victoria as well, the Young Swimmers Initiative there, getting people involved. This one is actually quite a great initiative by Swimming Victoria. It's run by Swimming Victoria to provide aged 7 to 12 years with a fun, engaging and accessible introduction to racing and squad style training. It's designed to complement Learn to Swim programs. Fun Swim helps participants develop key race-ready skills in a supportive, low-pressure setting, whether run weekly or as a one-off event. The program offers both valuable skill development and a social, welcoming environment. The program aims to create a clear and consistent pathway from Learn to Swim to club swimming by encouraging collaboration between clubs and swim schools. This partnership approach is central to ensuring that your swimmers enjoy a positive, well-supported transition into competitive swimming. So do get in contact with Swimming Victoria to find out more. If you've got, if you're sitting at home in one of our regional towns as well, get in contact with Swimming Victoria to have that program come to your pool.
Exactly.
We will just take a moment of pause from the broadcast just while we get these technical issues sorted, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Looks like we got those technical difficulties underway, so it was just a little speaker problem. We need to make sure that all of the athletes can hear the start signal clearly. And it looks like lane 0 and lane 1 were the ones that got fixed there. So congratulations, we are back underway. Although we were 6 minutes ahead, I think we've lost most of that lead now, but nonetheless, here we go.
And we're underway here for the 200 metre.
Nope, the 100-metre backstroke. You're on the,
on the wrong page. I'm having one of those days. Too excited to talk about our fantastic sponsors. Here we are, the 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke.
That's it. Because I was looking to, like, oh, what did the previous heat do?
And then it wasn't there.
All the numbers started with a 2. I went, I don't think they were that slow.
No, they definitely weren't. So just looking back, we're looking at the 101 to 103 mark for those first, second and third place from that previous heat, because we are in heat 2 of the moment. With our leader and favourite, Harry Caligas, out there at the moment, swimming quite well with a 101.36. Coming in second, Cooper Scott, 102.14. And in third, Byron Morgan out of lane 3 with a 103.04. So some good times there. I think that break did them some favours, be able to compose themselves and...
Yeah, sometimes it's hard because you can psych yourself up for a certain time, and then if you have to bring yourself down, and then get yourself back up again. That can be very emotionally draining.
And the anxiety can build as well if you want to come out there expecting, wanting to hit a certain time and it's not happening for you. It's in every sport you have that feeling. We all know it.
I'm sure it wouldn't have affected them that much, but they would expect to. They eat expecting to perform at a certain time. So those energy, like if you have a couple of lollies before your race, maybe they've just started to wear off.
Yes. We're about to get underway for heat 3 of 5 here for the 100-metre backstroke event, 14-year-old boys. As we've got a few gaps in the pool, but nonetheless, we will have some good quality racing out here from those middle lanes.
Looked like Ethan Carr went really far underwater there. I want to...
Need instant replay.
Yeah, I can't see the officials. As soon as something like that happens, usually they start writing it down. I don't know if I just missed it, but it looked like he went 18 metres underwater.
If he did, that's definitely not the way to be going about that.
Well, we know that he's got such a lead underwaters that maybe he deceived me and just got straight into his work, or he was hidden behind our lane 4 leader at the moment, Chris Zhu.
We'll definitely find out as we're closing in on the final portion of this race. And it's actually going to be quite a close finish here between lanes 3 and 4 there in Ethan Carr and Chris Zhu, as it touches the wall with a 1 minute 0.81 for Chris Zhu. Second there, 101.46 for Ethan Carr. Third, 101.47 for Fraser Blair.
100th of a second between them. So very impressive swimming from the boys there. So compare that to previous heats. You've got a bunch of 103s, a bunch of 61s, a bunch of 60s. I think maybe that 103 barrier might be the one,
yes,
that got you into the final. I feel like we've seen 10 103 or belows.
We have, yes.
Anything over that might have been a little bit off the pace. So we'll see how that fares for tonight's final. And obviously not everyone swims every event, so maybe they've come out, have a hit out, and then they pull out of tonight's final. But let's hope we see all of our best athletes there.
Definitely. About to get underway for heat number 4 of 5 here at MSAC for the UNCLOUD 2026 Victorian Age Short Court Championship, as we've got the swimmers in the water there. Nice and even across the board, really, for this first 25 metres.
So Sanduka out there in lane number 1 definitely was the fastest over the first 24 metres, but just didn't quite get his turn completely correct. So Bobby Zeng got his feet onto the wall first. Looks like he might do it again for this next 25. So at the 50 metre mark, I'm pretty sure Bobby Zeng was first there. Second place goes to Evan Toe. We'll see what happens between the rest of the field, but you love to see these guys on the outside lanes getting some big PBs in.
That's it. I love supporting the outside lanes. Never forgotten. Those ones are never ever. As we've got, speaking of that, Bobby Zhang is out in front at the moment. They're out in lane 0. Coming close also is lane 7 in the likes of Zihao Wang, as they're coming in to that final finish. Our leader there in lane 0, 107.50 for Bobby Zhang. Second position goes to lane 2, Evan Toe, with a 108.65. And in third place, Zihao Wang with a 108.91. So just outside of that qualifying time there.
Of the finals time?
Of the finals time, yep.
But what I will say, everyone in that heat came in with an entry time between 110 and 111.
So we scraped some time off.
Major time. Major time off. So
and that's what
really
we want to be doing here in these prelims there. Get some PBs on the board. Seems to be just 2 swimmers in the pool. So as a swimmer yourself, have you ever been in an event where it's just the 2 of you? It would feel more like training than a swimming race.
Sometimes it's more intense because when there's 10 people, you can hide a little bit. When it's you and another person and no one else, it becomes a little bit personal about if I don't win this, then I look like I suck. Whereas if you finish in the middle of the field in, let's say, the heat before, no one really thinks much of it. that's where the elite swimmers are elite. They take it personal. They think every race is going to be their last. So when you see these really, really good swimmers, they mentally trick themselves into overperforming no matter what situation they're in. And that's the reason they're on the elite level.
And that's it. You couldn't have said it better any other way, as we've got the two swimmers here, Max Berry in lane 5, Lucas Martins in lane 4. They're battling it out. Battling and just each other, but also their personal best times here as they're coming in to touch the wall with a 109.14 for Max Berry and a 110.41 for Lucas Martins, which is under their C time. So a few PBs on the board.
Great PBs. Just a little quick story about mentally tricking yourself, or not mentally tricking yourself necessarily, but Emma McKeon had the greatest Olympics by any female ever. You ask her, she was convinced she wasn't making it out of semi-finals.
Wow.
She wasn't going to make the final, let alone win gold medals galore.
It's incredible what our brain can do to us.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. You know, they think like Kaylee McEwen did an interview recently. I would argue she's the greatest backstroker of all time already.
Yeah, she is incredible, isn't she?
And she did an interview recently where she went, I want to prove to everyone I'm not a one-hit wonder. Like, she didn't just win the last 3. Like, she hasn't got 3 Olympic gold medals.
Exactly.
Or, 4 Olympic gold medals in, you know, doing the double-double is just... I don't know who was the last person to do the double-double. But win 100 back, 200 back at 2 Olympics, and she could do it 3 times in a row against someone who holds the world record. That's not a one-hit wonder, but they just convince themselves that they need to do more.
I know, and it's funny when the stats are laid out right in front of them and they still don't believe that they are just as incredible as they are. And this pool is one of those pools where you're going to see a lot of these athletes, you know, in your Commonwealth Games and hopefully your Olympics. These is the start generation.
Exactly. So we come into the wall here. Billy Mayne, the boy from Wodonga, had a great gold medal swimmer last night. Finishes in first place in a time of 62.2. Second place there is a 64.2 from Zhao Yao 2. Going to need to see the other times on the board.
Yeah, Yang there had another good day yesterday as well with a 104.63 today, and Josh Coe coming in 4th position.
So 10th place, Nana Aqua Power was Josh Coe there. He came in with an entry time of a 106.1. So we already had 4 swimmers under 105. This is going to be a lightning fast heat. Tommy Grasso, winner of the 100 freestyle last night. We know he's got a lot of speed behind him, and he's very competitive. I believe he came from behind in one of his races to get a good quality medal. That might have been the 200 perhaps.
It's fantastic the way that these boys can just put absolutely all into the race that they're just in after racing all weekend. Swimming is not for the weak, I tell you what.
Yeah, it's a lot of dedication for, this will be a 62-second race. This is months upon months of preparation to make sure that this 62 seconds goes right.
Yes, and there's so many elements to swimming that people from the outside who aren't swimmers just don't understand, me being one particularly, but the way that you form yourself and train for so many months for such a short amount of time, it's quite incredible as they're coming into the wall now with Jason Wang first, 102.23, 0.2 of a second behind Thomas Grasso with a 102.45, and in third a 104.85 for Johan Ing. Another good heat out there as well.
Haikang Ka just a little bit off the pace there. Unfortunately finishing in a 107, so fallen down, but making up for it was one of the swimmers in the outside lane. Unfortunately, we have someone just getting up a little bit early.
Still got 2 more heats to go in the 100-metre butterfly. Seems to be a favourite event for the boys.
Oh, the 100 butterfly is a fantastic. I'm a big fan of the 100 butterfly, and one of my best mates, Matthew Temple, was a very good 100 butterflyer. Or is a very good one.
Still is.
Yeah, sorry, I forget about that sometimes. He might be in Victoria, actually. He might have come back to see his family after his trip over at World Championships. But we come into this third heat here. Leonardo Hernandez, we've seen that name quite a few times today, along with Elijah Lamont out there in lane number 6. At the moment, any time under 65 might get you into tonight's final. We've got 7 swimmers who have done it so far, and Elijah Lamont is taking the scene early.
He absolutely is. Pun intended, he's flying out there as he goes into that turn. Coming up out of the water there, it's nice and precise in his stroke, but following very closely behind him in lane 5 is Justus Gurigas there. Definitely don't count him out of this race either.
I want to shout out William Wallace. Came into this meet with a 1:10 entry time. The kid from Tiger Sharks is in 3rd place at the turn there. He's falling a little bit behind now. His stroke rate's just slowed down. But if he can still get home in that 35 second, he could definitely push for tonight's final.
Absolutely. He's coming in that 4th position as we got first Justus Gurigas with a 103.62. Second, Leonardo Hernandez with a 103.91. Third, 103.95 for Elijah Lamont. And 4th, 105.54. So close for William Wallace. He actually dropped 16 seconds yesterday off one of his seed times. He's had a ripper weekend here at MSAC. 16 seconds. I haven't seen that in all of my time commentating swimming.
Was it over 100 or 50?
It was a 200.
Yeah, that's very impressive. So a good PB from the young man, and he could be competitive in the next couple of years if he keeps improving like this.
Absolutely. We're on to the final heat now. 3 swimmers in the pool here, all with entry times of 1:11 here. So it's going to be a fairly even race. We've got out in front at the moment is lane 3 in Darby Blackwell, just about a body's length in front of the other athletes in the pool here. Doing well with a split of 31.05 there, and the other 2 boys 32.
So the boys are out very fast comparative to their seed times, out in 31s and 32s with entry times of 1:11. Let's see how well they can back it up. You want to hope that they can keep it nice and even across the 2. But I'll tell you what, Darby Blackwell is having a hell of a swim so far. Won't make it into tonight's final because the cutoff time seems to be sometime around the 64.8 mark. So we'll see how well he compares to his PB. Touches the wall there in a 68.95, 3 of 3 PBs.
Wow.
Did it despite someone putting the backstroke ledge in. So he slammed his hand up against. They're actually got edges on the ledge. There's like little dimples to make sure that your feet grip on. And someone's just chucked that in, so at least he's finished properly. But one of the volunteers just needs to make sure that stays out until it's time to put it in.
Absolutely.
We move on now to the next backstroke event, the boys 12 years 100 metre backstroke. Underway here in event 147, the boys 12 years, 100 metre backstroke. Oh, what a throwback of a name. Alexander Tsibellis, the kid from Traralgon. I loved that kid. Loved racing against him. This is my time. This is beautiful. Wow, still stands today, 101.79. Fastest entry time into this event is William Siddles, who is in lane 4 at the moment, ahead of Ethan Marr. Entry time is a 109.28, the only one under that 110 barrier.
In the wall first, William Siddles, 33.01. they approach the 75-metre mark now.
So we've got Lawrence Gow there in second place. Third place, Ethan Ma. Fourth place is Michael so coming into this timed into these heats, 1:12.24. I'm expecting a well under that to be the time that makes the final tonight. We see a 67.80, followed closely by Ethan Ma. That's a 69.4. And then just 1/10 of a second behind them is Lawrence Gow in a 69.5. Now we've got a 111.6. So that's in fourth position at the moment of this fastest heat so far. I wouldn't expect it to be any closer than 1:12, any slower than 1:12 to make this final tonight. Still working out how to use these backstroke ledges. Need to make sure that the straps are nice and straight.
We've actually got the backstroke starting on the other pool as well, simultaneously.
Yeah, exactly.
Underway, heat 2 of 5. Nice even start across that middle section of the pool. Lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6.
So we've got the 12-year-old in this event, and then next up we're going to have the 17, 18-year-olds in the 100 IM. If you want to see some big splashes come around, you stick around for those races. But here in the pool, we've got Otto Piper. He pulled out of an event before. He medalled in the 200 backstroke last night, I believe. So maybe he was saving himself up for this. It seems to be working so far, out in a 33.3.
Which event did he pull out of? What was it?
Whatever the 12-year-old event was earlier in the program, just checking it now, that was the 12-year-old 200 breaststroke.
200 breaststroke.
So pulling out of a 200 breaststroke to do a 100 backstroke, I think, is a very reasonable request. And the coach is obviously obliged and says, yes, you can have that. They come under the flags now. They'll be around that 110 barrier. 109.45 and a 109.93. Good starts from those boys there. 69.4 and a 69.9. Third place there is a 72.66. So that's that 112 that I was talking about before. We had 4 people in the heat before, faster than those top 3 swimmers there. We'll see how that lines up in the next heat. Potentially that 113.0 could play some part from Miriam out there in lane number 1, the boy from DVE.
Do you have to use the backstroke ledge as a swimmer?
You do not. You don't. You can actually opt to not. However, that's like asking not to use the kicker off the blocks. You know, you don't have to use either. You can do the 2-foot start like Ian Thorpe back in the day. But generally speaking, it gives you way more grip. And I have seen people turn down the backstroke ledge, especially when they were new. They didn't quite know how to use them yet. Not that there's much to it. You kind of just put your feet on the wall and take your starting position. But obviously, when it's not something you're new or if it's not something you're comfortable with, you don't want to just start randomly doing it at state championships.
Luca Austin lanes 3 and 4. We get a turnaround out of Austin first. Austin won 33 seconds.
We've also seen Lack there in lane 6, had a good 200 breaststroke, I believe took out his heat. So we have Caleb Smith in lane 5. All four of these boys were really pumping these arms over. They let out in 33 low for Austin Yao, who's an elite 100 freestyler. And then we will compare that to his 100 backstroke, where he's leading them through at the moment. Fastest qualifier at the moment is a 67.8. He's coming down to the wall. It'll be a 68.25, followed by a 70, a 70, and a 71. So it looks like we were right. That cutoff is around that 112 mark. So they'll just ask that the swimmers move out from the wall, maybe a metre or two off. So based off what I've got here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swimmers under that 70-second barrier. We've got 2 that are on 70 point, and then 1 71.2. So looks like that last heat is going to have 4 swimmers from it. Just standing down as we try to fix these ledges once again, untangle them, make sure that the straps are nice and straight. And we're ready to go. And they've taken their ready positions and they're off and away. Big underwater from lane 9 here. Matthew Rainitz. Now up and racing. We've got lane 4, lane 5 and lane 6 have broken away a little bit from the pack. Lane 7 isn't going too far either. In fact, lane 7 might be in the lead here as we speak. He comes under the flags. Really high tempo, bobbing that head around. Good. Counted his strokes into the wall. Got the right number. Gets into the turn and out, and he has a 1/4 of a second lead or a 1/2 a second lead over second place. The lane next to him, that's Caden Dong.
Alex Kwan, Caden Dong. Approaching the 75-metre mark now.
So we got Ji Ping Hao as well there in lane number 5. Is not too far off the pace. Is making a move up on lane number 4 there. But at the moment, it's still the high stroke rating. Alex Quain out there in lane number 7. Lane number 6, Caden Dong. Has he got a finish in him? He's got to time his stroke onto the wall. Goes a stroke early. Just misses out by a 1/4 of a second. Fastest finished of that heat. Or Mason Wang, actually, sorry, who's finished 3rd. Wow, he's really come from nowhere. Mason Wang. I didn't even mention his name once, and he's finished in 3rd place in that heat. Nevertheless, across the board, some good PBs. We're meant to be seeing entry times of around the 19 to 18 highs. There were some 16s in there and quite a few 18s. So these boys are on way to having a good competition if they are still producing good PBs at this point in the meet. Final heat underway here. And we have the boys just trying to get some PBs out there. All 4 athletes in this heat are around that 420 barrier, separated by 0.3 of a second. So here we go, first 50 underway. It's the outside lanes. There's Lucas out there and Daniel in lane 6 and 5, followed by Christian in lane 3 and Rupert in lane 4. Rupert's starting to make his move now. He's on the hip of Daniel in second place, although Daniel has had a really efficient turn, gets around in sub 38 seconds. 37.96, second place, Lucas. And in third place, we've got Rupert Owen, the man with 2 first names.
That's me as well.
Yeah, I've never trusted you. Never trust a man with 2 first names. We move on here. He's definitely, I'll tell you why you don't trust him, because he comes in through in the back end and he's stormed home to take the lead at the moment. Very impressive. Daniel Zeng there trying to hold on. He's got a fantastic last 5 metres. Let's see what he can do. They're side by side. They're probably touching hands under the lane rope. And Daniel Zeng gets it just on the touch. A 118.06 compared to the 118.22. Very impressive from the young man. Both under that 120 barrier for the first time, as well as Lucas, 119.9. It doesn't get much closer than that.
We are underway here for event 149, the boys 17-18 metre individual medley. I was just out in the marshalling area before, and the boys having some friendly banter amongst themselves. They are very excited for this event.
Everyone is. Everyone's excited for a 100 IM. I love that from Harry Heath. He knows he's not the best backstroker, so he decided to go 14 metres underwater there. Really well done. But what we do know about him is he's one of the elite breaststrokers at this competition. So let's see what he can do here. He moved his team well up in the relay earlier on. It looks like he's taking it a bit easy. He knows he's already out in front. Max Malone there in lane 3, right nearby him. But the one who to watch out there was lane number 7. It was Lamel out there. He's just fallen so far behind, unfortunately. He's gone from slightly second to well into 5th after the breaststroke leg. Harry Heath is going to take out this heat. He's going to win it. First place, a 59.52. Daniel Nguyen out there in a 60.1. And in third place there, Max Malone does his work, goes from 5th up to 3rd, 60.67. In 4th place, we'll see what the time is. But that is Riley Hodgins.
Really good times on the board there.
60.87, yeah. So 10th place is meant to be around that 60.62. So not much improvement there. But they're in and around. We were missing lane 5 from that heat. Milo Dressel de Bruin, elite sprint breaststroker and freestyler.
Would that be his brother holding the age and all-comer time there too?
Yep, Felix Dressel de Bruin. We see him in the open age groups nowadays, dominating the 200 IM all the way down to the 50 freestyle.
And they're underway here for the second heat of the 100 IM. Boys absolutely motoring through that first part of the butterfly, making it look easy, which is exactly what you need to be doing at that point in the race. Backstroke portion now, and it's looking like we've got a clear leader here out of lane 4, which is Sheng Hao Jin. Doing well coming into the hardest part, the breaststroke portion. Hardest for some, but hard not for others here, as he's just absolutely motoring through there in lane 4.
Once again, did the exact same thing as Harry Heath. Might have known he's not the best backstroker in the world, so did 14 to 15. Really pushed that lane rope of 15 metres underwater, but he got it done. However, Andre out there in lane number 3 fighting for this win here. They know that they're going to be up and about. Ashley Lansbury, we've seen his name quite a few times. But Andre finishing the fastest at 31.4. So 3 swimmers there under that 60-second barrier. A lot faster than the heat before. 4th place goes to Hugo Henderson out in lane 8 at 70.7. So a little bit faster from 4th of the heat before.
That's actually incredible to see so many finishing times out there under the 1 minute mark, there in that heat, only having 1 from the previous heat there. Underway now for heat number 3 of 4. Another packed pool here at MSAC in the McConnell pool as they're doing their butterfly portion. Usually don't have a clear leader, but lane 4 is looking quite good.
Have all lane 4s just agreed to go 20 metres underwater on the backstroke? This is incredible. I haven't seen this. That must have been
what I heard them talking about there. They were strategizing.
Yeah, maybe they said to each other, who can go the furthest underwater without getting disqualified? They are pushing this, and it's really impressive to see.
Well, it's paying off for them because that's 3 lane 4s there doing quite well in this heat and spending that ample time under the water there. Smart strategy. I couldn't do it, though.
No, me neither. Me neither. Well, if I did do it, I'd be last.
Yeah.
You know, I was dreadful at underwaters. The big mover there, Samuel Mills in the breaststroke leg, went from about a second or at least half a second behind. He got up and competitive, but has just fallen behind again. Lewis G and Kynan Powder. Kynan is the one that takes out this lead. 2 of them under that minute barrier. Samuel Mills there in third position with a 60.29 and another 60.7. So this is going to be really close as to who makes... Yeah, so if I'm just looking at the times we've got here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swimmers under the minute barrier. They're all in. You've got a 60.1 and a 60.6. They're both in. So how many?
60.7.
You got two
60.7s.
Yeah, okay.
So that'll come down to the 0.01 millisecond there.
8, 9, yeah. So it's going to be...
it's between those two.
Wow, it really is just between those two. I didn't get an exact measurement on 60.7 watt, but that is going to be really close and heartbreak for one of them. You know what I would love to see?
What?
Swim off.
Oh,
I'd love to see
imagine
a swim
that.
off. Yeah.
We should...
100 IM swim off would be so fun, especially if they both agree to go 15 underwater.
Oh, absolutely. Imagine if we started deciding things in swim-offs. They'd be exhausted.
Yeah. Probably got both of those boys making the most of it. Whoever gets in obviously didn't have Milo Dressel de Bruin and Adam L. Hefney, both elite swimmers in their own right and already through to finals for tonight. So maybe they're focusing on those other events instead. Daniel Atkinson has a strong lead over Gordon Chen. Very strong swim so far. In fact, to the point where I'm having a look at what time could he go here. If he can blow this 60.7 out of the water, then potentially he might sneak into tonight's final. A 28.76 is nothing to turn up your nose at. He'll just miss out on it by the looks of it. He'll be around that 103 mark. Yeah, so 102.99 and a 103.46. They PBs for the young men?
They are for both of them.
They are.
For both of them.
100%. That's what I love about final heat.
Yep.
Usually it's a 100% PB rate.
Exactly right, because there's not much else to race against other than who's next to you and yourself. So
exactly.
Fantastic to see.
Did you enjoy those 100 IMs?
So I think it actually is. Now that it's come to day 3, I've confirmed that this is my favourite event.
Well, aren't you lucky? We get to do it again. The 16-year-olds. It is now their turn to do the 100 individual medley. We got Leo Dong as the fastest qualifier here.
55.99 for his seed.
I'm taking that as a little bit personally if I'm a 17, 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, absolutely would be. Having someone in the lower age group. He's got a good start off the block there in 0.61 of reaction time. As they get into the butterfly portion here, he's definitely going to have to be one to watch in this age group. That's for sure.
Yeah, so Leo Dong, strongest swimmer so far. Now, in saying, like, you take it personally compared to your other age groups, I wonder how other age groups feel about Han Tang Wang. You know, just...
I was going to ask you that before. If he's in the race that you're racing in, what would you feel?
Well, the thing we brought up last night, if you looked at every record during the 200 backstroke, all of them were Nick Gromwald.
Yes.
And we kept bringing up, how would Nick be feeling? His record could be under pressure. It never was. But silver was just as good as a gold because he was breaking Australian records, doing the exact same thing, just even across even more events than Han Tang Wang. Anyway, we come down to the final 5 metres here. Leo Dong got a little bit of pressure from Ulrich Wong there in lane number 4 and 5. Both 58 seconds. Now a 60.3 from Noah Koo. There in lane number 3. We'll see how that compares. And 4th position, lane number 7, the boy from Caulfield Aquatic. It's Ian. He had a 61.2. So we'll just keep that time in mind as well.
As we're going into the second heat. Only 3 heats in this one. Seems to be quite popular for the 17, 18 boys. But there is some incredible times also in this, looking at Harold Zhu with a 58.58, so with his seed time there. So it'll be interesting to see how he races this one.
Yeah, I'm very interested for this. Brian Geng as well, I know that name, and Oliver Callio. Basically, if I know the name, then that means that I've said it a bunch, and so I assume that you've been in finals and you've had a very good meet.
Well, you commentary 101, that's how we work it out.
Yeah, if you just keep saying the name over and over again, that person will be a good swimmer.
With over 1,200 athletes in this, in this event, if there's names that you remember, they're definitely monumental.
Exactly. We go back to Harold Zhu, incredible breaststroker, getting his lower back. I'm pretty sure I can see the top of his bather line almost getting out of the water. That's how high he gets his hips up there. Second position there. Looks like it could be Brian Geng. We'll see how he fares. Once again, the breaststroke deciding this. You'd expect that these boys, especially Oliver Callio out there in lane number 5, would have a bit of a stronger breaststroke leg than that. He might not want to take it too easy. Finished in a 34.2. his 4th position, so a little bit faster on that heat, but got touched out by William Goldstraw on the far side of the pool. So you had a 59.1, a 60.0, a 60.5, and a 60.8, and another 60.8.
They were very close there, yeah. 50.56, 0.83, 0.84, all in the 60-second mark there. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets into that time final position, as we've got one more heat here at MSAC in the McConnell pool for the 16-year-old 100-metre IM. These times that these boys are pulling are absolutely incredible.
Yeah, really impressive so far. You got 8 athletes under 61 seconds so far. 10th was meant to be a 62.1. By the way, I just want to clarify, when I'm saying it's how we talk in training, is 62 is 1 minute and 2. It's 62 seconds, if you get what I mean. So hopefully,
for those at home who hadn't picked up on that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that's not too confusing, but it's a lot easier to say than 1 minute and. It's easier to just say 62.
It really is. 62. It makes sense. And for those of you watching at home, now you understand the logic behind it.
Yeah.
The boys are ploughing down now. It's lane 5 that is looking... but I actually don't want to call it too early here. I'm going to wait, and that it is lane 5, Xavier Eagle there. 59.53. I know it's hard with the being at this angle of the pool. Second, 59.65 for our swimmer out of Kasai Kajima, and Ben Merilis 101.72. So all good times there.
So we had 2 boys under that minute barrier again. But the other swimmers in that heat just outside the 61. So they were,
just outside 61. So we have quite a few in that 60. So it's going to be an interesting...
I think they're going to miss out, unfortunately. I think there's going to be 4 from the first heat, 4 from the second heat, and only 2 swimmers from that third heat.
That's it.
We move on now to the 200 butterflies. Once again, we have Lev Dishel. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm so bad with names. There you go. That sounds right.
We'll call him Lev. For those of you at home, you can see he's in lane 3.
I do apologise for butchering names. It's something I'm not fantastic at. I like to think that I can break down a race rather well, but names just don't sit well with me. Jaden Zeng, we've seen his name quite a few times in this competition so far, but Hamish Davin, really, really efficient swimming early on.
Yes, and the boys are out here. They've got 200 metres of butterfly, so quite a fair distance for this event. We've seen some good times come through here in their split. 32 between the 32 to 33 second is looking good here for out of lane 4, Hamish Davin, and lane 5, Michael Fan, who are our current leaders in this race. As they're going 4th now. Quite a distance now. The margin has been has widened here. We've got Hamish Davin there really just pushing through.
There's the beautiful thing about butterfly. Butterfly is almost there's a level.
Yeah.
There's a point where obviously when you're going maximum effort, it's a hard race to do. But going at 90% is actually easier than swimming at 50%, because what's the most important thing in butterfly is timing. You need the time of your shoulders, your arms coming over the water, followed by your hips, followed by your feet. It's a continual wave that ripples down your body. So if you take it too slow, you throw out that rhythm, and then you're just relying on power to kind of push you through the water rather than cutting through it nicely.
So insightful.
Hamish Davin, a 2:11.5, followed in there by a lot of guys around that 2:15 barrier, 2:15, 5, 5, and a 5, an 8, and an 8 again. So really close swims from Michael Fan and Sebastian there in lane 6, as well as Lev Dishliuk. Now we got Hugo Pankhurst in a 2:19. So it's not necessarily 3 or 4 athletes who are looking for this. It's usually 5 athletes, because we've got 2 heats. You've got 5 from one, 5 from the other is generally how it's meant to go. So 5th in that heat was a 2:19, I believe.
2:19, yes.
Yes, so we'll keep an eye out for that. We had 7 swimmers in that last heat. We have another 7 swimmers in this heat. Usually that means that only 4 is going to miss out. So you need to make sure that you're at least, bare minimum, top 2 of your heat to try and confirm that you will be in. But since 4 people are missing out, that means the top 3 from the last heat are already through.
Would you prefer to be in the first or second heat? In a race like this one, the 200-metre butterfly, would you prefer to see the time of what you're chasing before doing it, or get out there and chase a personal best?
It actually does depend. If I'm in lane 4 or lane 5, I would want to do it first.
Yeah.
If I'm in lane 2 or 6 or lane 1, I want to know what I need to chase. So if I'm confident that my time will get me into the final, I do want to just set that time, and you put the pressure on everyone else. You just back your own ability and let everyone else worry about what you've done. Whereas if you are fighting for those positions, you're like, you need to psych yourself up for, let's say, a 2:19. I need to prepare for a 2:19.
That's it. Always good to get a swimmer's insight. I don't know if you've gathered along at home. I don't like to say this often. I didn't come from a swimming background.
Well, you'd swim to the edge of the pool in diving.
That's it. I am a springboard diver. Did it for about 20 years. So that was my sport of choice. So it's very odd being on the other end of this swimming element.
So we see Oscar Magalotti here in lane number 5. We saw him last night swim out of lane 8 for the 200 backstroke. What's interesting about Oscar, a very small frame, but a big heart. He does these hard events, these 200s, butterflies, backstrokes. You know, he just wants to get himself in there and fight for these finals and medal positions. So the boy from Nuttawading having a decent swim in 3rd place there. He should be locking himself into the final. Speaking of locking himself into the final, Liam Joy there had a faster back end. Really even, really even. Very impressive. 2:13 there. He's locked himself in. Terence Chi in lane 3 has gotten himself in there. Now, 5th place was a 2:21. I don't know how that compares to the heat before. Were there 6 people in the heat before that got under 2:21 or in and around it?
Yes.
I think, unfortunately, Thomas Saha is out. Won't make it through to tonight's final. But I'm interested to see how it looks.
Absolutely. It's going to be one of those ones where only 3 miss out. So majority of the pool do get to go into that time final tonight.
Back underway here. We got the 200 breaststroke. Now Lachlan Bull pulled out of the 200 metre, the 400 metre individual medley. He didn't swim that despite being the fastest qualifier. I assume because he's saving up for this 200 breaststroke. And if we know something about Lachlan, he's an elite breaststroker. He's got that Brenton Rickard high vertical body out of the water. Oh, sorry, the Christian Springer. I do apologise. Christian Springer got himself really high up, almost got his elbows out of the water. That's how high he was sitting. And you compare that to someone like Brenton Rickard or a couple of these other boys in this heat, they have a lot more of that 45-degree angle of their spine and just pressing forward. But he backs himself to get up there, get his hands and drive them through and extend into that streamline. And I've spoken before, especially in butterfly, but it's probably most prevalent in breaststroke. Swim downhill, get your hips up high, get your head down into that streamline. They come into the wall here for the 100-metre mark. He's definitely backed off a bit as it stands as he comes around in a 111.67. Second place, Raymond Grave in a 114.18. And in third, we got Jaden Tran in a 115.18. We've got 3 heats of this event. 10th place qualifier from Cardinia is Patrick Whitwood. He's a little bit off the pace at the moment, but his entry time is a 2:41. He's gone around in a 1:19, so he's going to struggle to hit that 2:41 time. However, we are missing lane number 7, but he has got lane number 8 out there to try and push him a little bit. And on the far side of the pool, lane 2, Samuel Ng is in there with a shout as well.
Lachlan Bull, 150.54. Approaching 175 metres.
Here we go, down to the final 25 metres. Beautiful thing. He looks the same at the end as he did at the start. or maybe not quite getting up as high, but it is a 200 with a lot of breath control work. So he's well known for his 100 breaststroke and his 200 individual medleys. Very fast events. So the 200 breaststroke here, 2:30.08, about 7 seconds over his entry time. Raymond Grave comes in second, the boy from Cardinia. He has a fast last 50 there, 2:33.97. Jaden Tran in a 2:38.08, and fourth qualifier there is Samuel and that's a 2:42.65. So we'll need to keep an eye on that 2:42. That could be the deciding time in the final.
In the water now, heat 2 or 3. Did you find at the second heat here they've done their calculations in their head?
It's similar to what I was saying before about lane 4, they'll be swimming their own race. Noah Tucker, accomplished swimmer at this championships. He knows what he's doing, and look at the way he's swimming. He's not worried about what other people are doing. He's got his own race plan. He's out to a body length lead, and there was only 25 metres swum. If you're that 6th place, and if you're in lane 6, Nate Anderson, that's the guy who's going to be worried about, okay, I need to swim a 2:42 because that was 4th in the last heat, and his entry time is a 2:41.9, and he's responded really well here. Came into the event 11th. A couple of people in the previous heat didn't quite swim to their full potential, so he knows that there are spots up for grabs, and especially when he's ahead of Aaron Guan out there in lane 3, you start thinking tactics, and if you're just on the shoulder of Owen Frawley, you know he's going to be pushing into this final, so he's someone that you've got to be close to as possible.
Noah Tucker, 100-metre mark, 107.48. In second, Owen Frawley, 113.42. And in third, Nate Anderson, 114.49. Not far behind.
So here we go here. Down to the final 75 metres of this race. 107, way faster than what we saw earlier. Lachlan Bull, I believe, went out in a 110. So a little bit quicker, doing his own thing. The boy from Nuttawading, Surrey Park. Owen Frawley out there in lane number 5. Wonder if he trains with Lachlan Bull. So they might be training partners next to each other into tonight's final. You can see there's almost 2 parts to Owen Frawley's stroke. There's the pull forward and then the lift up. So he goes forward, up, forward, up. But at the same time, his hips are very high. So that's the reason that although his stroke is a little bit unorthodox, it does move him through the water quite efficiently. Look at how wide he gets his ankles, and he can whip them through and really bend them the wrong way in order to get as much purchase on the water as possible.
And it will be Noah Tucker here. And lane 4, touching first, 224.72. Owen Frawley will get second, 235.65. And in third, Aaron Guan, 237.57.
So the 242.07, that's half a second faster than the last heat. So Nate Anderson has done just exactly what I was talking about. There was a spot open and he's taken it. So he's currently 7th place qualifier in this event so far. So provided that we don't have 4 people from this heat make it in, then he could make his final from 11th position.
Three in the water now.
Underway here.
Long underwaters there, wasn't there?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was talking about. There's no restriction on that 15-metre barrier. Like, because you're constantly surfacing and going back underwater and submerging yourself, there isn't a definitive point where your stroke starts. So there is no 15-metre barrier in breaststroke swimming. Whereas in freestyle butterfly and backstroke, because you're constantly on top of the water, you have to emerge by that 15-metre mark. You're also limited by 1 split stroke and 1 dolphin kick in a breaststroke race. So that's another reason that rule doesn't exist for the 15 metres.
Peter Kim out in lane 5, looking stronger at the moment. Followed by Alistair Ho. We'll get the 100-metre time at the moment.
So we saw 107 in the heat before. That was from Noah Tucker. I believe it was 110 in the heat before that. So these boys are a little bit off the pace. So Alistair Ho and Peter Kim neck and neck, just next to each other, playing their own little games. Third position there, you've got Henry Garland. He's a 115.87. Fourth position is a 118.16. Samuel Hahn. I don't know if I can see him potentially getting under that 242 barrier. So it's going to be very close as to who makes the time out of the 242s. Is it going to be Samuel Ng? Or is it going to be Nate Anderson from the heat before, the kid from DVE?
Alistair Ho, 151.12. As he approaches the 175-metre mark now.
Here we go now, long underwater, up and about. Much faster 50 there than Peter Kim. He's 2 seconds in front, and that whole 2 seconds was from the third 50. So that was where he made his move. Did a 38 compared to Peter's 40. And he finishes in a 42nd. 231.27, 235.27. So that's exactly 4 seconds. 239.16. This is going to be close now for Samuel Hahn. 244.43. Despite having a good finishing time, as well as Jack Hocking out there in lane number 8. Unfortunately, both of those boys are going to miss the finals, so it does look like Nate Anderson did do enough to get himself in, so congratulations to him. 242.0, I believe it was. Might have been the cutoff for this event. We go from a long, arduous 200 breaststroke to 50 freestyles. I'll tell you the hardest part about a 50 freestyle is getting out before everyone finishes after. These guys are going to have to get moving. Here we go. Jaden Lee in the middle, followed by Tommy Zoe. Thomas Grasso, we know, is an elite 100 freestyler. Does he have the capacity to shorten his stroke to the 50? Jaden Lee, what a start from the young man. Pushed constantly by Thomas Grasso. They're not holding anything back early on in this race. They want to set some really good times early. Third position is going to go to Tommy Zhao. So this is going to get really close. We're going to have to be fast with the fingers here. We've got a 25.29 and a 25.29. Dead heat between the first two athletes. No swim off there. They'll be first into tonight. 26.17 and a 26.63. I think 27 isn't going to cut it for tonight.
How often is it that you get right on the nose for equal first? Not
very uncommon.
Very uncommon.
I think I've seen it once this weekend so far.
Wow.
So we're underway for Heat 2 here. We've got the likes of Billy Main, Yuba Liu and Pala Tapa. They're out in the middle lanes. It's going to be a race to the finish here. We love these 50 frees. They're over and done with quite quickly here. It's the splash and dash, but we've got out in front there lane 4 who's going to be touching that wall. First is Yubai Liu with a 25.55, and in second position with a 26.49 Pala there, and coming in third Ian Cho with a 26.54. So again, some really solid times there.
Underway here with the final time, seeded heat of this 50 freestyle. Jason Wang stayed underwater the longest, but I thought that Zhu Yan 2 was the fastest off that first 15. Looks like Jaden has taken the lead back. He's very dominant in this first 50 metres. Lane number 6, Aaron Lau coming through. looking like he's going to hold second. Looks to have the fastest swim time of everyone there. You have a 25.87, followed by lane number 6 with a 26.28 and a 26.53, I believe, was third position there. No, fourth. 26.36 from lane number 3. Let's do some quick maths and we'll get back to you about what potential time has made this final.
We've got the fourth heat in the water now. Very even start. As Elliott does his quick maths, we'll find out shortly. Lane 3 popping their head out of the water first. Lucas Yu. Could be anyone's though. We've seen lane 7, Owen Barnes. Owen Barnes gets first. 27.60.
All right, a little bit of maths has been done. It looks like a 26.5 or maybe even a 26.4 is the cutoff to make the final. We didn't get exact times. We just got a 26.5. So maybe there is a potential swim-off that we might have a bit later. Not entirely sure as to how fast these boys are going to go. These guys are just looking for PBs. Everyone loves a good 50 freestyle. Lane number 6 leading them through. Lane 0 and lane 2 also having very good swims. Zachary Gray there going to take out this race. 26.9. Very impressive swim from the young man. He's very close, but isn't going to quite get there for tonight's final. Second place there, 27.53. Ethan Dennison and Tong Lee is also in there in third position. Fourth goes to William Teo, 27.60.
And we are underway here for our 6th heat here in the McConnell pool there. The boys are absolutely just motoring away here. Lanes 3, 4 and 5 are doing well to try and maintain a bit of a gap there, but it's unlikely in a race like this. It's looking good out of lane 3 as well, Nicholas Seskis, but it's going to come down to who touches that wall first, and it was him. I need to trust myself a little bit more with a 27.83, so just outside, unfortunately. And in second place there, William Baird with a score of with a time of 28.07 and 28.11 for Matthew Dacey.
Everyone in this heat, this is heat number 7 of 8. It's a 29.4 is the fastest, 29.7 is the slowest. It's not necessarily going to be about how close this field is, because everyone seems to be doing PBs. Just as I say that, we've got a really close field. Everyone on the near side of the pool is really looking each other eye to eye. 6 through to lane 8, anyone's game. Although I would say lane 6 has got it at the moment, unless something happens in this last 5 metres. It was a good touch on the wall. All boys on this side, 28 seconds, 129 second swim, and a lot of PBs across the board. Very impressive. Jamin Chen as well with another 28 on the far side in lane number 2. Very good swim from the young man.
Up for our 8th and final heat. It is the heat where half the pool is occupied. We've got 4 lanes across the middle there, 3, 4, 5 and 6 entering the pool now. Hopefully to get some PBs on the board there as they hit it out. Lanes 5 and 6 doing well to maintain an early lead there, as we see Anderson out there just motoring ahead. SN Anderson, as they're coming into the final part of this race, the splash and dash. It's going to be 28.82 for Asan Anderson there out of lane 5. Second, 29.44 for Caleb Wong. And third, 29.57 for Jordan Gallicino.
We move straight from the 13-year-old boys into the 12-year-old boys. Same thing, 50 freestyle. Lawrence Gow, fastest off the blocks. Looks like he's going to dominate this field. I don't think he stands much of a chance against Han Tang Wang's record, though. It's a 25.60 set back 2 years ago at this competition. In saying that, he's got a whole body length over the rest of the field over a 50-metre event. LSI is also there as well. LSI, 25.98. That's a half-second PB. He's 0.3 of a second off of Han Tang Wang's neck, off his Victorian record. I'll tell you what, there might be a record watch for tonight. Lawrence Gow, what an impressive swim. In third place, we had Benjamin Lay, 27.9, and a 28.2 for Henry Arna.
And we're underway now for Heat 2 of 5 for the 12-year-old boys 50-metre freestyle. There's some tough times to beat here at this event. Coming out very, very strong out of lane 4 is Austin Yuan, who is the 100-metre freestyle champion. So we're expecting a good finish from him now. He's got a full body's length ahead of the pack there as he touches in at that wall at a 26.22. Second for Caleb Smith with a 27.7, and third 28.34 for Ethan Ma.
Powering through these 50-metre heats. Heat 3 of 5 underway. Good start out of lane 5. Lucas went. Should hold off. Against Oliver Mesher, lane 4. It is all Lucas went. And he gets first, 26.70, followed by Oliver Mesher, 27.49, and Xingping Hao in the 28 seconds.
Heat number 4 now. Sorry. Now they're ready to take their mark on heat number 4. Entering the pool now, the splash and dash here. Boys absolutely powering through here to get through up to the first 25. There's some really interesting times to beat here, that 25, 26 mark. So 10th is that 28. So we've got to be seeing times under that as they're absolutely powering through here. It's looking good again for lane 5 here. Leon Kim. But they're looking, don't take out those outside lanes. It's actually George Zhang in lane 7 with a 28.67. Second is lane 9, Cartran with 28.72. And in third place with a, we're unsure.
So it does look like, according to my mathematics, it's 28.49 is the time to beat. No one in this current heat that's in the water right now has been under 30 seconds. So let's see if we can have anyone break that time. Unfortunately, someone from the last heat looked like they missed it by less than a quarter of a second. We come through to the 50-metre mark. Lane 8 and lane 9 and lane 6 are the ones pushing the pace at the moment. The boys from Yarra Plenty, Geelong and Terralgan, they're all coming through. Yarra Plenty has taken the lead. That's Snow Pierce. That's the boy who loves the 200 breaststroke. Goes at a 29.71. Gives a big flex to the scoreboard. He's got his arm covered in writing, telling him what events he's got on for the day. Then non-stop action. Unfortunately, a slight disqualification for the boy from Geelong. I assume it's a moving on the starting signal, but a fantastic swim for all of them. A lot of PBs. 30.3 finishing in second there, and also 30.36. So 1/100th of a second, but considering most of these boys are meant to be around those 30 point high to 31 low, great improvement for all of them.
Absolutely, and it would be so tough for them going out there just doing you know, that very short 50 metres, and there's so many competitors in that, so many athletes, so it really does come down to being the best on the day, getting those really good times, and so many PBs as well reached, which is always positive.
We are underway. We go from the beautiful splash and dash of the 50 freestyle back to the 17, 18-year-old 200 breaststroke. Harry Heath, my one to watch. He is such an incredible breaststroker. If we go back to the relays last night, they were such good fun. And you watch Harry Heath just power through the field, be so confident in his stroke, and just look at how efficient he is. His arms just are constantly moving. They don't kind of pause when they get to his sternum. They flow through. It's like they do a quick U-turn.
It's one swift movement, which back in the swim school days, that's what they would want you to do. But to be able to perfect it in a race, every single stroke with the same technique, it's phenomenal to see. Harry Heath is definitely one to watch here for this breaststroke. And like you said earlier about getting most of that back, always down to being able to see their bathers there coming out of that water. It's a tough one. I honestly couldn't do this one.
Yeah, this is a very technical stroke. Obviously, there can be quite a bit of knee pain in this stroke. You need hyper flexible knees and ankles because that means you're turning your feet perpendicular with the water, and that gives you the greatest surface area to push back.
Yeah, to propel your body forward as well.
Exactly. So we see Dax Conhetti here is holding on to a strong second place, just ahead of Samuel Mills. We know Samuel Mills is a good athlete though. He's been in the water at least 2 other times this morning. And in 4th place, we've got Blake Scott trying to hold on to that 10th seed time position.
Doing quite well here, Harry Heath, to just maintain that rhythm, which, again, we've talked about multiple times, being in a rhythm and, you know, swimming your own race while trying to, you know, get the best time possible. But swimming your own race, it really does pay off. We're going to see potentially a bit of a leaderboard change here with Dax Conhetti coming very close to the side of Harry Heath there.
But you see that underwater. Just so
He's
powerful.
Still going.
Yeah, so impressive. So this will be, he's only taken 5 strokes for this lap. Like sometimes these athletes, they have a goal. It's, I want to take 6 strokes, 5 strokes and 4 strokes to make sure that I'm holding more water as the race goes on. That way when tonight comes around and you start increasing your stroke rate to try and compensate, you know that you can, it is in the back of your mind that you have been able to hold water at the back end of a race before.
Absolutely, and that was probably the longest I've seen underwater for Harry Heath compared to the other swimmers in this breaststroke event. It was so incredible to see. Moving on to Heat 2 now, got a new deck of swimmers in the pool now with... we do have Milo Dressel De Bruin there competing, so he wasn't in earlier, probably to save his energy for this race here.
Well, we spoke about it earlier. Him and his brother love the 200 breaststroke, the 200 IM, and the 50 freestyle. So I'm sure it would have been hard for him to pull out of that 100 IM because that's a lot of fun. But when you start getting to these 17, 18-year-old age groups, then you're going to have to be a lot more selective with your program. You can't just enter everything and swim everything like some of these younger athletes do. Ashley Lansbury right up on his shoulder there, making sure he's not letting him get too far. The two of them are only separated by 4/100ths of a second in that first 50. We move on now to the second 50, where the rest of the field has sorted themselves out a bit. Looks like Geelong boy Reese Hornsby is in 3rd place there, slightly ahead of Jared Wakefield, and Daniel Nguyen in lane number 3 is in 5th place. So he's going to need to get moving if he wants to hold on to his position where he was ranked in the top 10 in the final.
That's it. And currently we've got 2 neck and neck at the moment out of lanes 4 and 5. That's Milo and Ashley Lansbury there in that first and second with a split of 108. Only milliseconds between the two of them there, as there's not too much left in this race. But it's going to be interesting to see their times comparing to Heat 1 as well.
Exactly. So in Heat 1, third position was a 224.8 and fourth was a 226.2. So the 10th fastest time in theory into tonight's final should be around that 226.8 barrier, which we've already had 4 people under it. We're about to have quite a few more as well.
Absolutely, as they're just pushing hard here. We see the breakaway there from Milo Dressel-De Bruin coming home with a 2:23.6. Ashley Lansbury out of lane 5 with a 2:21.76. Followed behind that, Jared Wakefield in third with 2:26.58. And fourth was Daniel Nguyen with a 2:26.66.
Yeah, so very close to the fourth position of the heat before. So we've got 4 swimmers from each heat under 2:27. So this could come down to that 10th of a second that happened in that heat just there between Jared Wakefield. Was it Wakefield and Daniel? Who were the two that were third and fourth in that heat?
Third and fourth, yes.
Yeah.
So Wakefield and Nguyen.
Yes.
Yeah, Daniel Nguyen, yes. As we're underway here for our third and final heat, we've got a seed time in here, 2:18 out of Hamish Evans of lane 4. So that's going to be very interesting to see what time he pulls in the pool today, as he is currently in the lead at the moment, but there really isn't much between him and Max Maloney out of lane 5 there. They're just almost neck and neck as they touch that wall with a 31 here. Elliot just wants to turn my microphone off, wants me to stop talking.
Sorry about that. Hamish Evans, I'd be very surprised if we see him anywhere near that 2:18 mark. He, you wouldn't want to be giving it absolutely 100% early on, so, or at least early in the day. You want a nice methodical stroke, as we speak about earlier. 80 to 90% effort. You can't be slacking off and only giving 40 to 50 and just expecting to get through, because then your body starts to feel sluggish and you're not refining small things, you're refining big movements. So you need to just make sure that these are nice, fast, efficient times. And in saying the 17-18 age group, there's only 4 18-year-olds in the whole field.
So they're all 17, so they've still got another year left in this age group as well. So it's always good to get those seed times, you know, lower, beat some PBs and come out even harder again next year. Yeah,
exactly. And something that Swimming Australia did for the last couple of years is having those 18, 19 and 2021 age groups at national championships, so that you try to keep these athletes coming back and coming back. Once you leave the 18-year-old age group and you're just thrown into the Opens, it's kind of a harsh reality. They're like, okay, now I'm facing Mitch Larkin, now I'm racing Kyle Chalmers. You know, it's like, wow, I went from racing my mate from down the road at Surrey Park to I'm racing the best of the best, and if I'm not there, then no one really cares. Exactly. So I like that they try to keep these athletes involved even after these 18-year-old age groups. We come down to the finish here. I'll tell you what, it was a lot closer than I thought he'd be. Hamish Evans, great swim there, a 19.2. He'll be our fastest qualifier for tonight. Followed in by Max Malone, a 22.7. Now, third and fourth there, both 27s. So they might miss out on tonight's final.
I think they might, just because we did have some really good times, the 26 mark out of the 3 races there, 3 athletes with a 26 there. So it could very well be a missing out.
Yeah, so only 2 from that heat to make it through. This way you don't want to be, you know, saving up too much, because you might just miss the boat.
That's it.
And hopefully they gave their all, and that's just the position they're at the moment. They might not have all the energy, but
hopefully. We're moving on now to event 164, the boys 16 years 100-metre breaststroke. It's just been a breaststroke back-to-back here. Not my favourite stroke to do myself, but it's fantastic to see such incredible athletes out here, especially in these 16-year-old age group and 17, 18 as well, just absolutely hammering it out.
Yeah, I like you a lot more. We don't love breaststrokers here. We tolerate them, or we don't love them.
We don't love them.
We don't love them.
I swear, Elliot's not biased at all towards breaststrokers. If you're a breaststroker out there, I won't tell you where to find him at Pool 2, McConnell Pool at MSAC. We've got a really good lead out here out of lane 5, which is Byron Gang there. He's getting a good split of 29.58. As he is just about a body's length in front, but over in lane 3, Alaric Wong is pushing hard to try and maintain that ground. Coming into the finish there, though, it's Byron Gang with a 1:03.14.
Good PB.
Yeah, Alaric Wong with a 1:05.08. Third 1:05.80 is Leo Dong, and fourth with a 1:06.76 is Ayan Gusini.
So we're just clearing the pool very quickly. How are we doing on timing so far? Compared to the timeline, everyone's scrambling to get their sheets out.
So we are on the 16 years 100 breaststroke. So that was due to start at 11:34 a.m.
Nah, it's 11:35 and we've completed a heat. So are we perfectly on time? Maybe.
Maybe.
Do we say a big thank you to our technical officials for maintaining this clock? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, technical officials. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, all the others.
Yes, we've got an ample amount of technical officials here, and for being one of the the only championship event in Australia that runs 2 pools at the same time for heats, it's actually so interesting to have this dynamic here for the swimmers. And, I spent day 1 with the girls and then days 2 and 3 with the boys, alternating the pools. It's good to just not get so familiar with your surroundings as well, and having that the different pools for each day, it's quite good. We've got 78 clubs involved with the representation from New South Wales and Tasmania, as well as all of our Victorian athletes. But it's good to see that we've got some out-of-towners coming in to swimming Victoria here with 1,298 athletes within this event.
I love that a lot of big clubs will bring buses of people over. So you might have Wodonga City have had strong representation. Geelong have strong representation. Traralgon have strong representation. Ballarat, Bendigo, all of these towns that aren't...
The regional,
exactly.
Sort of areas.
We had our countries a couple of weeks ago, country championships, where a lot of these athletes performed very well there, but then they want to keep coming back and compete against the best of the best city athletes as well. Because, not beating around the bush, but they just do have better facilities in the city.
Absolutely.
There's a reason that if you're in the stands and you look up and it says Melbourne Sports Aquatic Centre, recognised Olympic Training Centre. This is where the hub is for elite swimmers in this state. And
coming from a regional athlete myself in my sport, it was always such a good opportunity coming from a regional town, coming from Mildura, travelling all this way, coming to the facilities, because it's just incredible. And being, that young, impressionable age, coming here and competing, it's one for the books as well, to come home and tell your people that you've competed at an Olympic venue, me being that for diving. So it could be the same thing for swimmers as well, being able to, travel back to these regional towns and say, hey, I swam in the same pool as some of my Olympic legends train.
Exactly. And when you consider, the Horton pool, he trained in this pool every day for years on years, over a decade. And you got the McConnell pool, named after Ashley McConnell, a famous para-athlete from VIC Centre as well. Both retired now, but their legacy lives on. You can look up on the boards that they have, the memorials, the glass, see names engraved into glass about just how impressive these feats are. That it's just anyone from any town can become anything.
That's it, and that's the best part about these competitions as well, is having those the country championships to qualify some of these athletes who are the best of the best and don't always get the opportunity to be able to represent at this high standard level. To be able to come in and compete against them in this competition, it's so great. I was out at Traralgon a couple of weeks ago for the country championships there, and to see the swimmers from the likes of, Traralgon and those smaller clubs, Ballarat, Gold, coming in too, it's really great to see.
Yeah, okay. Looks like we're about to start getting underway again. We will get back underway with still the same event, the boys 16 years 100 metre breaststroke. Now in this heat, the fastest qualifier, Xavier Eagle.
The 102,
yep.
7.6.
So he would have seen that 103 beforehand from, I believe it was Byron Gang. Really fast time for him, PB. And we'll see how close he wants to get, because does he want one of those middle lanes that produces all the medals?
That's it. Lane 4 seems to be, I always like to pick a lane, and lane 4 today seems to be the lane to be in. Speaking of lane 4, touching in first there at the 15-metre mark is Xavier Eagle. They're out of lane 4. Peter Demetriadis out of lane 7. Lovely outsider as well.
I think lane 7 has performed really well today, but Laurie Lawrence, I've got to stick with Laurie Lawrence. Lucky lane 6, that was always my...
That was your lucky lane?
Yeah, well, I loved the Laurie Lawrence. I loved what he was about. Famous Australian coach.
Yes.
But we return to the action here. He's really backed off. Look at the glide that Xavier Eagle's got here. Looked over, oh, cheeky little look. How's my competition doing? 65.7, must be nice and easy, eh?
Oh, to be able to swim as easy as that. They make it look effortless, but that makes the best swimmers. If you're being watched by a spectator and it looks easy, it means you're doing a bloody good job.
So 65.7 was fastest there, 60.0, and then you have two 107s, a 107.0 and a 107.9. So compared to the previous heat, a little bit slower in those third and fourth positions. The first two were just as fast though.
That's it. Only 3 heats here, but only about 7 athletes in the pool at each time. So 21 going into 10. You do the math.
11.
11 people
Something
miss
like
out.
that, yeah.
11. I was throwing you an easy one.
Yeah. Took me too long.
We're underway here. And again, lane 4, Harold Zoo is looking good out of that first 25 metres. Spending ample time under the water, popping out and just absolutely powering through. But coming up in lane 5 is James Clare, hot on his heels.
So here we go now, through the halfway point, up and stroking around that 10-metre mark. Boy from MLC, Harold Zoo, 29.43, such an impressive first split, a lot faster than the heat before. He looks like he's going to hold on a lot better than the heat before as well. Big dolphin kick, really big dolphin kick. James Clare in second position, 30.76, still looks like he's putting in a lot of effort. And Cormac Flynn out there in lane number 3 as well, having a good swim. But it's going to be Harold Zoo that touches the wall in a 104.4, followed by a 105.5, and then a 108.6. So that's fallen off quite a bit compared to the heats before. Not sure how that relates to some of the people who have finished 5th.
Be interesting to see. Could do the math, but...
Yeah, so it looks like the first 2 boys from that heat are the ones that are going to make it through.
Absolutely. Underway now for the event 166, the boys 15 years 200 metre breaststroke. As they've entered the pool now, we've got some very good names up on the board there. Quinn Richards has done well, Yixin Zhang as well, the 15-year-olds out of Nunawading there. Good start as we're coming into this 50-metre mark. Again, that lane 4 really is on fire today. I think as soon as I mentioned it, it's just taken off.
Yeah, Quinn Richards at lane 4 there. This is first 50, 31.76. Yixin Jiang going alongside him. Quinn looks like he is extending his lead ever so slightly here after the first 50 metres.
Coming in, touching that wall. Lane 4 is doing well. And so Quinn Richards actually set a VIC record last night. 100 metre, was it breaststroke? Yeah, just got the nod of approval there from Elliot. So he is like nice and seasoned here. So that hopefully in this event, the 200 metre, he'll be able to do well.
It's fantastic to see, you know, after putting in such a great effort last night, them backing themselves up, coming back today, and he's still in the lead at the moment, you know.
Absolutely. And do you want to know, that record was 22 years old. So
nice.
He beat a 22-year record. That's a long time for a record to stay about, especially in the swimming world. Anything like 10 years is still such a ample record. But 22 years, that's phenomenal work there to be able to break that. And unlucky to the person who said it, but I think it was time for a new face. And we're coming into the final portion of this race, just about to come under the flags. And tell you what, Quinn Richards, he hasn't let himself down at all. He absolutely plummeted through that race with a 2:25.68. Second position, Kaylin Theodore with a 2:27.14, and coming in third with a 2:28.62, Yixin Jiang. Really good times there on the board. Looking at fourth, 2:34.29 there for Kai Witt out of lane 6. So, but there is only 2 heats. So, ideally 5 and 5. But we will see how this next heat goes once the boys get into the water. We've got some names, Adriano Mariani out there, as well as Jaden Zhang, who we've seen throughout the day today, jumping in that pool now, ready to compete the 200 metre breaststroke event.
Just jumped in the water. Lanes 4 and 5 looking like they're out in front first. The boys are going stroke for stroke here. Andrew Spencer, Jaden Zen, sorry. Running off that first 50, it is Jaden in front ever so slightly over Andrew. Troy Oswald out in lane 7 is in third position now as they approach the 75 metre mark.
So we see such a good race in the middle lanes here, lanes 3, 4 and 5. Adriano Mariani, Andrew Spencer and Jaden Zheng. All 3 of those boys were in the middle lanes last night in lanes 5, 6 and 7. Andrew Spencer was able to pick up a bronze medal in the 100 breaststroke. So we have a lot of guys backing up and doing these 200 as well. Adriano Mariani also did really well in the 100 individual medley. Gone through to the final for tonight, so he swam that a little bit earlier. Hopefully he's not too out of breath or anything. We'll see how they come down. So the top 5 times in the last race was a 2:35.5. Most of these guys are going to be well under that time. It's about how much can they hold on to this stroke rate and stroke length.
Andrew Spencer, lane 4, 148.03. Jaden Zheng following closely behind.
So here we are here. Jaden Zheng, Andrew Spencer, they're the ones going head to head. Adriano Mariani right up on the shoulder there. He was good for the first 75 metres on the 100 breaststroke last night. Just fell away in the last 25. So, but in saying that, he's really powering home here. He's leaving nothing in the tank. He wants to make sure he's comfortably into tonight's final in a middle lane so that these other boys can carry him through to a medal. He's going to touch the wall first. What a finish. A 2:26.1 followed by a 226.3 and a 226.8. Very impressive. We've got the fourth position there was a 31.5 and a 232.16 as well. So overall, that's quite a bit faster than the previous heat, like 3 or 4 seconds. However, the drop off to 6th, being a 239.3, that's a little bit slower. So it looks like we will have those 5 from the first heat and 5 from the second heat.
I love it when it works out by the book, don't you?
Exactly. Now here we go. We've got a mixed event on now.
We do. I looked over and I was a bit confused as to why I could see females in the pool, but we do have the mixed 800 12 to 14 years in this pool at the moment.
Yeah, so this is, you're going to see different age groups separated into different age categories as well. So it's not going to be necessarily who touches first, just this person ahead of that person. So the women's 14-year-olds are going to be together against the men's. And I don't know if it's split into 13-year-olds as well.
I have a feeling it may be. Purely from looking at the guide yesterday and the age groups and where it was crossed off with, I have a feeling, but I'm not going to confirm 100% on that, but we will find out at some point. So the fun thing that they're doing now, which I'm sure all of the distance swimmers would be grateful for, is that lap counters are actually on that far end of the pool now. So if you can actually see on your screens in the far right corner, there would be 27 laps to go, just so the swimmers are aware, because counting laps, it's painful.
Yeah, usually my tactic in this race was don't even bother counting.
Just keep swimming?
Just literally set a pace and hold it for as long as you can.
Yeah.
And then with 50 to go, ring the bell.
Yeah,
you know,
true,
they ring a bell
yes,
for you.
They do ring a bell. And it is they do come right up to the swimmer, so you do hear it. It's not like it's just one bell on the side of the pool and, you know, far lanes may miss it. It is very strategically rang. I've always looked at the bell duty and thought that could be me.
Yeah.
I'd be good at that.
Well, you know what it used to be?
What?
It used to be whistle.
Whistle.
You used to have officials with a whistle. Now, the thing is, they give you the 5 metres into the wall, but they also kind of blow the whistle for the 5 or 10 metres after. And there was one official who we knew he played the trumpet, so we knew he had the lung capacity to be able to blow out the whole time. So you always wanted him on your lane so that you didn't miss it.
Absolutely.
But they changed it to a bell now, much easier to hear, much easier, and looks a bit more professional.
It does. And saves our poor officials' lungs.
Yes, exactly. But it was always important to note that the bell goes with 2 laps to go. It's not necessarily 50 metres, because long course, that's 100 metres.
Correct.
I made that mistake.
Oh, you've made that mistake before.
Yeah, I told this story yesterday, but I did my first race long course for an 800 when I was like 12 years old. And then when I came to short course, I was actually leading the race. I was winning it. And I heard the whistle and I went,
50 metres to go.
No, I was like, well, this is 100 metres in long course.
Right. So it's 100 metres here.
In short course. And because I was winning and because we were all young, because we didn't know what we were doing, everyone else in the pool followed me. So everyone in that race did 850 metres, and I do not apologise.
I'm so glad I got to hear that story. That's incredible. So you made them just swim some more.
Yeah, and listen, I didn't know it. And the funny part about it is you'll see often people save up and then they do this big 6-beat kick and try so much harder in the last few, and it was completely useless because the timing stops after 800.
And you just had that extra 50 metres.
Yeah,
oh, that's incredible.
You best believe I did a PB the next time I did it because I actually knew what was happening.
Yeah.
But it gets very tricky short course. I do not envy, especially over in America where they do short course yards, which is about 22 metres of swimming. And they do miles, which is 1,600.
Some good
16?
16, I think it is. 16, yeah.
1,600 metres is
1,600 metres in a mile. That sounds very accurate there.
Yeah.
Don't envy them. it would be nice if it was all universal, because, you know.
For the most part, it is. I just think that they're the biggest swimming nation in the world, so they're big enough to have their own
rules.
Yeah. But everyone else in the world swims by short course meters and long course meters. Obviously, long course meters is the premium of the lot.
Yeah.
Short course is not very taken as seriously by all athletes, because short course season is such a small part of the year.
Yeah.
It goes. Well, think about it. It was only a couple of months ago that we had the world champion, or sorry, a couple of weeks ago that we had the world championships. We're already at state and national titles in the next month or so. So most athletes take their break after those major competitions.
Rather than swimming all year round.
Yeah, you need a break at some point.
That you do.
I'll tell you this, you don't get much of a break over Christmas and whatnot. where some people might, that's actually the hardest training you do. January is well known, especially at the elite clubs, for being the hardest month of the year.
Yeah, and coming from Mildura, January is our busy season, so we're actually having the long course out there in January in combination, first time with diving. So swimming and diving will be under the one event there. So it's ground-breaking stuff there for the swimming and diving community, and it's really exciting. That's going to be happening in January in Mildura. So once the swimming ends, because obviously with diving there needs to be no noise at all. So when swimming,
I thought you were going to say no swimmers.
No, well, we can't have any swimmers at all. Diving on top of each other. No, so as soon as the swimming ends, the diving will start, and then the swimming will pick up again after that. So it's just to get a little bit more recognition around both of the sports, because you see at the end of these pools, the diving boards are all there, so might as well combine them.
Exactly. How important is it to stay quiet during
so a bee can throw you off. That's how, if you're up there diving and a bee comes near you and you do a false start, you can actually talk to the judges and be like, well, the official, and say, a bee's thrown me off, can I please restart and not get any points deducted? So if you think a bee can be as important, so we need absolutely no noise.
Yeah,
so it was always hard training in Mildura, especially because the swimming pool was just a skip, hop and a jump away, and you'd be having club meets and trying to dive at the same time. But outdoor athletes, it's a lot different.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the action.
Swimming.
Yeah, they've only got 200 metres to go. They've done 3/4 of the race, and we haven't really mentioned anyone in it. Jack Hayes has been holding really good quality times. And what I love to see up on the board, you don't have it on your live stream at home, but we've got the board in front of us, gives us green and red, depending on whether they go faster or slower on the 50 before. And it's a very mixed bag, which tells me personally that they're holding times. They're not necessarily, going really fast and then, everyone's slowing down. There's 3, 4, 5 green times on the board, four red times. It's just flowing in and out.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not just set in stone. Everyone's slowing down or everyone's getting faster. They're 32.5 into a 32.0. There was a 32.4 there from Jack Hayes. I'll tell you, Thomas Poppins putting in a big shift there on that last 50. Went a 31.3. It looks like he's slowed down again. He's pulled out a 33 now. Yeah, he really tried to mix up that next 200, but a lot of green times on the board. So Jack Hayes going up against Thomas Poppins. Most of the men in this field are 14 years old. Oliver Seeley isn't here. The two women, Abby Mesha and Zara Barr, are in 4th and 6th. They are separated by about 9 seconds. So Abby Mesha has the lead over Zara Barr as it stands. The two girls from MLC. And also out here,
Mariella as well. Mariella Simmons as well.
Sorry, yes.
Is in that 13-year-old age group.
Yep.
So she's doing fairly well, 7th position there.
Yep.
As we hear that bell ringing now that we were talking about earlier.
Yep, exactly.
And we've got some finishers here with Jack Hayes with a time of 8:37.47. Fantastic efforts there for Jack.
Did you say 15-second PB?
I did, yes.
That was a 15-second PB.
Wow,
well done.
That's incredible, especially for long-form swimming too. And Coming in second, Thomas Poppins with an 8:50.03.
Did you say 18-second PB?
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
My goodness, these boys are absolutely doing phenomenally. Elijah Lamont with an 8:57.46 in third there. Coming down there, Abby Mensah with a 9:02.68 and 9:07.24 for Rupert Davin.
I would have loved to have seen a bit more consistency from the way Tommy was swimming. He was swimming 31s, 33s, finishing a 30-point. Like he's breathing, but he's not like out of breath. So I'd love to see him just set a time and just kind of repeat. That's a sign of a very good distance swimmer.
Absolutely. Definitely something that maybe he can work on for next short course season. And in true short course style, we have multiple heats here. We're underway for heat 2 of the mixed 12-14 800-metre freestyle event with a solid 32 laps, isn't it? And we have one swimmer who has not come to the pool. So Miller said is not in this competition at the moment. So we've got a mix between, so there's more women in this event. We've got Raina Schneiders, Ella Robertson, Ella Shea, and Isabel Thornborough, Sierra Margaret's in the women's section. We've got Nicholas Caligaris in here, who's actually 12 years of age. So one of our younger swimmers out here in the event. And we've also got a couple of 13 men in here with Hai Kang Ka and Callum Wilson as well. So a bit of a mixed bag for this event. Welcome back, Elliot.
Thank you. Glad to be back. Oh, a yellow time. I get excited by yellow
time.
time.
I don't know what a yellow time is.
That means they did the exact same time on the last 50. So rather than being faster or slower,
it's exactly the same.
I love a yellow time in an 800 free. That's the consistency I was talking about in the last event. Now, what's a bit unusual is he's done it in the first 50. So off the dive, he's done the same time on his second 50 as he's done off the dive.
Yes, that's unusual.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's super impressive. I'm sorry, I was just talking to someone then about potentially we might be having a slight change to the program later on, adding a 1500 into this pool so that both sets of pools can finish at the same time, which makes it a lot more fair to anyone who's got a 1500 and then has to come back and swim tonight. It saves them 15, maybe 20, maybe 30 minutes out of their day to be able to recover and get ready for tonight's finals.
Absolutely, but we will keep you updated when we know a lot more. When they put the timesheet in front of us, that's when we'll know.
Yeah.
We've got quite a few green times on the board as well. Now that you've mentioned it, it's all I can pick up on now out there. So I was mentioning that most of this field is actually women. So we've had a men-dominant race before, and then it's a women-dominant one in this one. And our youngest swimmer is a 12-year-old in the pool in Nicholas Caligaris, who's swimming quite well. They all are, but I don't envy anyone in this event, that's for sure.
Nor should you. It's a 1500 or an 800.
800. It's not even the worst one.
Oh, they're both pretty bad.
What it reminds me of is it feels like a training night at swimming. So when you're at the pool and you see the swim clubs training, this is what this feels like, because they're just consistently doing laps back and forth.
Pumping it out.
pumping it out.
Yeah, you don't quite know what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is a structure to the session, but also you're not super in. You're not like looking at the whiteboard like, oh, they're changing it up here, yada, yada, yada. What I love, Raina Schneiders, the girl in the middle of the pool, the 13-year-old from Geelong, went sub 1 minute last night and was really in contention for that 100 freestyle for the 13-year-old girls. I believe just missed out on a medal there behind Zoe Clemenson and Kira Stubbings. But great range of quality of swimming.
Yep, so we've just got through the grapevine now that event 167, so the 100-metre free. Heats 1 and 3 will be swum as per normal in the Horton pool, but Heat 2 will be swum in our pool here, the McConnell pool. So Heats 2 will start after the 800-metre events that we're doing right now.
Okay then. So we're obviously 2 heats, or a heat and a half into the event. We've still got 5 heats in total. So we've still got 3 other heats once this has concluded. I will say I really do like the battle between Raina Schneiders and Callum Wilson, even though they are different categories for medals and whatnot, both 13-year-olds having a go.
But they're out here in the pool at the moment. It really is a battle between who's in the pool as well. Yes, and
you got Isaac Kelly there, who's taken the 2nd position away from Callum Wilson. So we'll see if he can hold on. Now, 4:37, I'm just going to write a couple of these times down and see how consistent they are.
Absolutely, you do that. And I'm just having a look now. So obviously, Raina Schneider's actually our leader at the moment throughout the entire pool. Coming in with the 2nd best time is Isaac Kelly there, 3rd Callum Wilson. So bit of a mix. It's good on Raina. She's swimming very hard and fast. How'd you go with your times?
So just checking here. So 4:37 is what she went out in for the first 400 metres. You got 4:38 from Isaac Kelly and 4:39 from Callum Wilson. Apologies. So what I'm looking for is consistency.
Yes.
And above consistency, I'm looking for a race plan. If your race plan is consistency, then I'm looking for consistency. If your race plan is get out there, dominate early, and hold on as long as you can, I don't love it. I did it, back when I was swimming, but I love when you can see the race plan that isn't just go swimming, maybe swim the last 50 or 100 fast.
Just cut some laps.
Yeah. Put yourself in a world of hurt early. Mac Horton said when he broke the Australian record, or maybe not the Australian record, but the Victorian record in the 1500 freestyle, he said, I was in pain from the 300 metre mark.
My goodness.
So imagine a 1500. It would have been excruciating for him for a long, long time of that race, but he was willing to live in that uncomfortable zone.
Yes. Now, I have a question that I need to ask, coming from a non-swimmer. What is with... So we're obviously not a very instrumental part of the race, right? So we're, 550 metres away. Coaches are waving their arm as if and saying go. What does that even mean?
It means you're going too slow.
You're going too slow, so you've got to pick it up.
You honestly...
Are you looking for your coach, though? You're honestly really looking for your coach?
No, but what are you looking for? You're not looking for anything.
That's true.
Yeah, most of the time it just makes them feel better. They feel better doing it, and that's all that matters. Yeah. I'm incriminating myself a bit here because I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to do this, but I actually had hand signals that I gave my dad.
Yeah.
For one race, I really wanted a national time, and so if he held his arms like this or like this or like this, that meant that I was a certain amount above, below, whatever my goal time that I wanted to be at that section of the race. Very much, you cannot do that. So do not do that.
Don't do that.
I got away with it, but. Don't try it because the officials are a lot more wily now than they were back in my day.
Absolutely. The times have changed.
Yes.
They really have.
Yes. So, but it makes them feel better.
Yeah.
Like just to get moving. There's almost certain sections of it. There's you're way in front and they're happy and they're just writing down times.
Yep.
You're way in front. They want you to keep getting way in front, so they wave you on. It's hard to know which one it is. Or you're a little bit behind. They want you to get moving because you could produce a really good time. Final option is you're so far behind that they have given up waving and they just go back to writing down times. And honestly, in the pool, sometimes you don't know. You actually don't. You could be like, yeah, I feel good here. And then they're writing down times like, yeah, I'm feeling good. And then you get out and you're 30 seconds over your best and you go, whoa.
Yeah.
Would have been nice to know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. And because obviously I haven't competed at a level like this, at any level really. I dominated in school sports because, who didn't? But that's just like throwing out a 50 IM.
50 IM?
It's just like throwing out a 50 IM back in the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is very different, coming as an outsider and having a look and getting all of like the technical behind the scenes sort of things. I worked out that that means kick, the one.
Yeah.
That one there.
Yeah, they hold their hands up and they alternate them, fluttering back and like imitating the legs.
6-7 of the swimming.
Yep. And I will tell you this right now, you do not see that. You kind of just see arms trailing.
So I was going to say, I was like, what do you really see?
No, you can't see that. Your goggles fog up
and
you can barely see 5 metres in front of you. But as I said, it makes the coaches feel better.
There you go.
So a 9:18 here for Raina Schneiders. That's an incredible swim from the young lady. Oh, I love that. She went a 4:37 and a 4:31. 4:41. So really even swimming there. I love that. Isaac Kelly there, second place, 9:24.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a blowout.
And third, Ella Shea with a 9:31.66.
I'm going to assume that she did a very even split in that race, because I didn't even have her time down. She wasn't even in the top 4.
No.
And she's finished a solid third position there.
Absolutely.
So she's had a very even swim.
Callum Wilson there with a 9:33.09. Ella Robertson with a 9:39.15. And Nicholas Caligaris, the youngest in the field there, 9:42.38. All swimmers have now finished that heat. And we've got another heat coming up shortly. And we are underway here for heat 3 of 5 of the 800-metre freestyle mixed 12 to 14 years. So we had a woman-dominated field before. This time it's male. Oh, it's actually almost an even split. So we've got four females, 3 14-year-old females, 1 13-year-old female, and then the rest are 13-year-old males in this split. So they're not necessarily competing against everyone in the pool, but we've got more of an even split than before. Lane 7 is actually not competing, so Amelia Greening, so that takes out one of our women from the field.
Yeah. Tell you what, interesting finishing the day with 800s, isn't it? You'd be pretty tired if you've raced previously.
Absolutely. I would not be able to do it, because even just sitting here talking, you get to this point of the day and you're really feeling that the weekend catch up on you. But these guys have got to swim 800s, and then also we've got some 1500. We're going to have a 1500 heat over here in the pool as well. 2 heats.
2 heats, yes.
Fantastic.
I think we should be. We're running a little bit ahead here, I think, at the moment, if not on time.
I think we're running on time over here, which is really good. Well done to the officials who have actually made us there. Because, so 11:46, the 800 metres was supposed to start. We very much are well into that, being in the third heat, so about halfway through.
I think your Horton pool over there is running about 8 minutes behind as well. So we had an earlier scheduled finish, so we're going to throw 2 of those 1500s on this pool at the end of the day, and it should even them up.
Yeah, and that's what we want. We want these swimmers to be able to finish off at the end of the day, all done and dusted at a good time, to be able to recover well for finals tonight. It's one of those events where it is handy. You have your sessions in the morning. You get that 4 or so hour break. Well, I mean, we do, but these swimmers, I'm sure that they're in here doing a little bit of warm-up and training prior to that. But at least you get a little bit of a break before coming into the final series. Yeah. And speaking of the final series and the facility that we're at the moment, it's absolutely phenomenal facility, and I just want to thank a sponsor, Mattioli. So Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner is Mattioli. With over 50 years of experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. This collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the region. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in Victorian swimming infrastructure. And speaking of swimming infrastructure, this swimming training centre that we're in at the moment with the competition is just absolutely phenomenal. The upkeep. It was built quite a while ago, but it just looks like state-of-the-art facility.
We just check back on the race here. William Teo in first position at the 300-metre mark, 3 minutes 28.16, followed by Johan in out of lane 4, 328.95, and in third, Callum Kapoor, 333.02. As they come back at the 350.
Yeah, so they've still got quite a lot in this race. 450 metres-ish, roughly, for the majority of the pool. Such a long event, but it's one that you really want to be doing well in. And it is a final. It's a timed final. It's not a, heated event, which is good. So it is a medaling event. So you wouldn't want to be doing this twice.
As we approach the halfway mark now, still William Teo in first position. He touches 4 minutes 40.01. Followed closely, not far behind, is Johan in 440.94. Callum Kapoor still in third, 446.80.
Yeah, and just having a look at those green times, again, you don't get it at home, but majority of our swimmers out there, our athletes, are within the green, so they're improving each lap, which could be a solid game plan there around that halfway point, as Elliot was talking about earlier on. But it will be interesting to see how those... if those green times keep popping up, I'll definitely let you know. They're alternating between swimmers at the moment, but it's always good to be doing better on the lap that you previously did before. It means you're improving and sticking to some sort of game plan, race plan type of thing, because there's obviously got to be a lot more into it than just get out there and swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, with you dating a coach, you definitely know that that's not the game plan at all. Hey, Adam. There's a lot more that goes into these races than just, get out there and swim some laps. It's all about the timing of the breath in the freestyle. It's, the kicking needs to be to a certain extent, not over kicking to what your stroke is. There's so many factors in the race that just wouldn't think about if you're just watching it, flicking it onto YouTube and saying, they're just out there swimming. No, they've got a really probably calculated game plan out there.
The other interesting thing about what you were saying, knowing a coach so well, is these kids are getting up very early in the morning. There are a lot of 5:30 in the morning starts. Obviously you're going to have to be up a lot earlier than that. And then a lot of these kids are obviously going to school, finishing school, then going straight out to swimming at 4 p.m. in the afternoon and still finishing at 7. So, yeah, a lot of time and effort goes into this.
Yeah, it's
I've seen it in my personal life now as well.
It's one of those sports, it's absolute dedication, and you really do throw, if you want to be the best of the best, you've got to put your entire life into perfecting your sport. And props to swimmers, because it is absolutely, it would be so hard. And I do think, being a female, I think about my hair a lot as well, the amount of upkeep that you have to do to be able to, deter damage from the chlorine as well. Boys definitely don't have that same problem, but from a female perspective, it definitely is hard. Coming from doing diving, I only did it, 4 days of the week, so swimmers definitely are doing a lot more than 4 days.
As we approach the 650 metre mark now, William Teo still in lane 2. Still in the lead, 7 minutes 40. Johan in lane 4, 7:41.
So a lot of green times again up on that board. So everyone is really improving on their previous lap that they've done. having a look now, there's only about 5 or so laps left for the swimmers in the pool here. So we're at the pointy end, the 650 metre pinpoint in their race. Bodies would be getting pretty tired now, but that's the whole point, is to just keep going, keep pushing on and following that race. As you see the teammates over there for some of these swimmers in the pool saying, go and kick your feet.
Get a wriggle on, chop.
So about 100 metres to go for a couple of the athletes. William Teo, Jonah in, and Lucas Yu as well. Matthew Dacey still got 100 metres to go. So we're hearing that bell coming up now. So the bell of happiness out here for the swimmers. Honestly, I'm happy hearing that bell too, so I can just imagine how they're feeling hearing that bell ring.
William Teo, lane 2, has held this the entire way. As he approaches his last 50 metres. Nearly every single lap he's swam this has been faster than the previous one.
How incredible.
And he's just clocked a 9:24.27, followed by Johan In, 9:29.27. And third spot, Callum Kapoor, lane 5, 9:34.79.
So we've just got that bell ringing for a couple of the other athletes who are still in the pool finishing off their race here. Not too much left to go in it. So 50 metres to go for Ava Hager and Claire Baker, who are two 14-year-olds who are in this event. So there was three 14-year-old girls in this event. And they're just finishing off now with Ava Hager coming in with a 10:16.61, and Claire Baker following in behind her with a 10:25.64. So a good finish and good swim there across the board.
Underway here with the fourth heat of this 800 metre freestyle. A couple of new names that I haven't seen a whole lot of so far this competition. But Bridie Steele is a name that we know from the younger age groups. I also want to give a quick shout out to one of our friends across in the pool next door, Cody Said, who did the 200 butterfly this morning and is following it up with a 1500 metre freestyle. I believe had some other events on during this competition.
I've just looked up at the other pool there. We were supposed to run the first heat out of that 1500 here.
So it looks like they've
swapped it around again.
Sorry, we're meant to have heat 2.
Heat 2, sorry.
Potentially in this pool. So that will be a pretty similar finishing time, I would assume. So, this pool might actually end up going a lot longer then.
Yes.
Brilliant. Brilliant. That's okay. We love watching the athletes swim. And in the 800 and 1500 freestyle, an event I did quite a lot of back in my career, I know all too well about it.
What sort of times were you getting off the top of your head?
I believe short course for an 800 free, my personal best was sometime around 7 minutes 50. Long course, I think I went to 14 minute 56 was my fastest long course time. So
nice.
Not too bad. A little bit quicker than some of the times we were seeing today, but at the time I was about 22, and these guys are only 14 years old or under. We have a whole range of swimmers from different clubs. We've got 2 swimmers, 12 and 13-year-olds from Geelong that are next to each other in lanes 1 and 2. As I say that, I've just noticed that lane 2 is not even in the pool. But you have Oasis Otters, Nunna Chelt, which is obviously Nunna and Cheltenham, the clubs merged. You have Bayside, Yarra Plenty, Northwest Aquatic, Bayside again, Melbourne Swim Club, and the 12-year-old female, or one of the 12-year-old females in this race is from Flyers.
Just get an update on times. We've got Lexi Tao at lane 5, 2:32.11. Followed by Bridie Steele at lane 4.
So Lexi Tao, fastest so far. Lane number 5, she has a fantastic entry time of 10 minutes and 2 seconds, looking to break under the 10-minute barrier for the first time. If you're trying to break the 10-minute barrier, that usually means that you need to be averaging 1 minute and 15 seconds, I believe, per 100, which is 37.5 per 50. Now, as we look up at the scoreboard that we have in front of us, 37.5. At the moment for her last 50, she went a 36.8, and she's just gone through in a 36.7. I love how consistent that is. That is really, really impressive. So she's setting her way, she's got her rhythm, she's found it, and she's going to be well under this 10-minute barrier if she can keep holding these consistent kind of times. As we say, 10 minutes, that directly equates to about 5 minutes through the 400 metres. So we're at the 350 here. In the other pool, there's some good cheering going on for some of their athletes. You can hear it from down here. Now, so we look at the halfway point here. We have Lexi Tao, 450 metres, 5 minutes and 6 seconds. She's so far under that time of 5 minutes that she was at the 400 metre mark. Bridie Steele was also well under that.
You've got another one of your yellow times up there as well.
Love a yellow time. Love it. Bridie Steele trying to close down some of this gap. She's obviously cranking out faster times, about 2 seconds faster per 50. I wonder if Lexi has kind of lost a bit of her pace. Goes around in a 38. Bridie Steele averaging those 36s for the last couple of swims. So let's just check. Unfortunately, I've missed the start of this race. I haven't quite been paying full attention, but she's cranking out much faster times. So I don't think she's in second. Yeah, I think Bridie Steele is most likely winning this one. So a couple more red times on the board, unfortunately. We'd love to see some more green times around this 500 metre mark. But all eyes are on the middle of the field at the moment for us. So you've got Karen Zhang out there in lane 0. Daniel Menikov. Murinkov. Apologies. Daniel Murinkov in lane number 1. Casey Brand in lane 3. Bridie Steele lane 4. Lexi Tao lane 5. Benjamin Lay in lane 6. Currently in 5th position. You have George Lyons You have George Lyons in lane 7, Madison Schnabel in lane 8, and Olivia Truzel in lane 9.
Lexi Tao, 6:50 mark, 7:41.18. Another green time there, 38 seconds, quicker than the previous lap. Swimming Victoria has partnered with VIC Health to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign across all of our upcoming events and programs this short course season. With more and more young people vaping every year, UNCLOUD creates space for young people to hear from their peers, to share their experiences, thoughts and feelings, to have a voice. UNCLOUD is a hub to find peer-reviewed, scientifically backed information about vapes and see vaping for what it is. More importantly, it's a platform for young Australians to warn each other of the horrors of vaping. Visit uncloud.org to find out more. Lexi Tao still in lane 5, still in front, 8 minutes 58.56. That bell goes off. Second position, Bridie Steele, 9 minutes 5. She's increased her speed. About 10 metres left to swim. Lexi Tao out of lane 5. It's in front.
Sorry, lane 7 is just helping out her fellow teammates and helping out the officials. She's just ringing the bell for lane number 7. So it looks like Bridie Steele has won this event. Second place there went to Madison Schnabel out there in lane number 8. Unfortunately, I think that a couple of people have stood on some touchpads, so there were some times that went in that weren't necessarily official turn times. It's hard to keep up with every turn that happens. You have 32 laps across 10 people in the pool. You know, I see, 320 laps just from the people in the pool. It's very hard to keep up with every single one. So we do get lost a little bit, but a great swim there from all involved.
But a good thing to note is that the scores, the times that came up on your screens are actually the official times. So even though it may have been a little bit off here at MSAC, the ones that were on your screens were official and were all up to standard. So lucky we have Swim Victoria Techs here doing their bit. So again, we've just got a bit of action going on in the Horton pool. So our swimmers here have stepped down. We've only got one heat to go over here in the 800 metre. So this will be heat 5 of 5. Predominantly females in this one. So let's have a look at our pool here. So we've got no one in lane 0. We've got Caleb Smith out of Nunawading in lane 1. He is a 12-year-old. Then in lane 2, Yushin Gao is a female, so in the 13 years from Southeast. Nikita Chu out of lane 3 from Propulsion is a 13-year-old female. And Alicia Scott out of lane 4 from Ivanhoe Swim, also in the 13-year range. Lane 5, Olivia Nyoff out of Essendon, and she's 14. Then we've got lane 6, William Siddles from Yarra Plenty, And lane 7 is Danica Grant out of VIC Centre, so no one in lane 8. So it's a good little combination of swimmers in the pool. It's not quite as empty as our usual last heat swims are, which is pretty fantastic to see out here as they go for their 32 laps here. So about 27 to go, so still very early days in the competition here.
The most important thing to make sure that you have set is your pacing. So when you get into the water, the adrenaline of, diving off the block, hitting the pool, getting straight into it, it's very important that you use that kind of blood rush to get you through the first 50, to get you through the first 100. But the earlier you can set your pace, set your stroke rates, set your stroke distance, that's when the rhythm kicks in, and that's where you just want to set and forget.
Yeah.
A great quote from Ian Thorpe is, they asked him, what do you think about when you break the world record? And he says, I don't think, I just let my body do what it knows.
That's amazing.
So,
it's very inspirational, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's, you train like you want to race. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
If you just rock up to training,
go through the motions,
then by the time you get to racing, you don't, God, I'm just spouting off quotes here. You don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your training.
That's it.
So the better your quality of training is, the better it is. I love that we're 200 metres into this race and we've got coaches on the far side waving frantically like this person's about to lose a national title. I love how passionate they get. And that's,
look up on the board there.
Oh,
too.
double yellow.
Double yellow.
Yes.
That's what I thought you were going to mention. I'm like, surely. But yeah, no, we do have the coaches there, but we've got a double yellow for Caleb Smith and Yushin Gao. And you can explain what the double yellow means. I won't let it won't take away all your pride.
Oh, I'm so happy with the double yellow. So it means that they've swum the exact same time in the last 50 as they've done in the next 50. And far out, they've only been separated by 5/100ths of a second. And again, they're already set in their ways, nice and consistent. But you're looking for consistency in this 800 free.
Absolutely. And you, it's almost like not setting your brain off, but just racing your own race. Again, I don't have the experience, but you just, with these longer form races, you can't get too in your head about it and think too hard about, what you could be doing better or whatever like that. You've just got to, like Ian Thorpe said, let your body do what it does.
Exactly. So you've just shown me this thing.
Yeah, so I stepped away for a moment and I thought, because my mum who's listening at home, hello mum, she said, who are you commentating with? It sounds like he knows his stuff. And I showed you that message, and then I thought, you know what, I'm actually going to see if he does know his stuff. So I've Googled you, and you're 49. So in 2023, 49th in Australian history. That's not bad.
I don't think this is how it works.
It is
I don't think so, because that 1500 metre time is 30 seconds slower than my actual PB.
Slower. So you think you're higher up?
I just don't think, if I can't trust this, then I can't trust anyone. In fact, it's closer to 40 seconds slower than my actual PB.
There's a lot of things I'm learning about you today. You can't trust people with two first names as their first and last
And you can't trust me being 49th in Australia for 2023.
You think you're higher.
I'll put
I love
down.
that.
I don't know. It's just, I base it off. I don't base it off, because I'm assuming that includes, like, Molly O'Callaghan, Kyle Chalmers and whatnot. I don't compare myself.
It includes everyone.
Yeah, I don't like to compare myself to them because I'm not racing the same. I was never racing the same events as them.
Yeah, but when you're looking at rankings, and this is the same thing in, I always bring everything back to diving, but at least it's a water sport.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about there. So the rankings in diving in Australia as well, it's the exact same thing. So I may not do the same set dives as my competitors. They may be doing dives that are a higher difficulty, but if I pull off those dives and do the easier ones and get better scores for them, then my ranking is going to go higher up anyway. So it's the same thing in swimming. Like you're being ranked against everyone based on all of everything that you've done collectively from your IMs to your long distance, whatever you've raced in that year, it's all put together, and then you get a ranking out of that.
But the problem with that is that not everyone races the same event.
Exactly. So it doesn't
I'm so
matter.
Confused.
Don't
Don't bring your diving mumbo jumbo over here. It's too much for my brain to handle.
It is too much, but lucky swimming is a little bit, I'm not going to say a little bit simpler, because I would rather do diving.
First.
Yeah, just touch the wall first rather than execute, inward 3.5 off 3 metre. Very different sports, but yes, like we said earlier, Mildura is going to be the first combined swimming and diving competition. And did you know that swimmers and divers actually have rivalry? But I've heard that the swimmers don't know that the rivalry exists.
I don't think I've ever spoken to a diver before.
You have now.
Like I didn't even know they had feelings.
Us divers, we have feelings, and we hate swimming events because you've got your bells, you've got your whistles, you've got your coaches that are yelling on the sidelines, and if you're trying to dive, that's why you can notice that there's no diving going on at the moment, is because we needed absolutely dead silence to be able to execute some of the twists and turns that we do off those boards and platforms.
Honestly, I didn't even know that was a rivalry.
I know. I brought it up to the lovely Josh, who is from my hometown as well, Mildura, and I said, did you know about the rivalry between swimmers and divers? And he goes, I only know because I know you. So
yeah.
That's the only reason that he knows. Yeah, so swimmers and divers, we don't tend to get along naturally, but now that I can say I'm a retired diver now. I quit the sport 2 years ago, so now here I am sitting at the swimming, so I think I have to be team swim now.
Oh, just sit somewhere in the middle. You know what this reeks of? This feels a lot like Australia going, we've got a rivalry with America, and America just going, who the hell are you?
It's exactly that. It's exactly that. Divers, we're a little bit more, higher strung, I think, than swimmers, yes.
You know what it is? The divers, they get up and they look down on us. They try to look down on us.
We are consistently looking down on you guys. You dive off those blocks and we think...
You laugh.
Like, oh, yeah, we dive. Yeah, sure you do.
Actually, there was a famous Australian athlete, I won't say who, but she represented Australia at the Olympics and I believe won a medal. And she was so scared of heights, it took her a lot to get over diving off the blocks. Really? Yeah.
That's not even a metre.
No.
I think it's probably about 80 centimetres.
Yeah.
So just shy off a metre.
That scared of heights.
Yeah.
That she couldn't even handle that. Or she obviously did in the end.
In the end, yeah. Well, there's a Canadian high diver called Molly Carson. So for her 27th birthday that happened just the other day, she dove off 27 metres for the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. That's the men's height when it comes to diving, because obviously men's bodies are built differently to females. But yeah, she did it and she achieved it. So yay for women and yay for diving, but also yay for swimming.
Hey, so back to the swimming.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. We went on a bit of a tangent, but down to our final 50 metres here for Caleb Smith. Look at the big 6-beat kick. He's got the full loping stroke. There's a lot of Brendan Smith about that style of swimming. Brendan Smith, one of the elite swimmers that Victoria has produced. Bronze medalist from the 2021 Olympic Games in Tokyo. Looked exactly like that down the final 50. So obviously, that's someone who he might have taken inspiration off of.
And doing that at 12 years of age, I'm pretty sure he's a 12-year-old.
He looks strong. He looks very, very strong. He comes into the wall here. 9:35, a 50-second PB for the young man.
That's incredible.
He knows what he's doing. William Siddle's in second place, 9:42.98. That is first time under 10 minutes and a 30-second PB for him as well. Fourth place onto the wall is Alicia Scott. First time under 10 minutes for her as well. If you go under 10 minutes, it's basically a guaranteed PB. And there will also be a PB for Olivia in lane number 5. And Nikita Chu, entry time of a 10 minute 16 goes a 10 minute 11. So 5-second PB.
PBs across the board here. We love the last.
Yu Shen 9:19.3, 1/3 of a second personal best.
Wow.
And finally into the wall here, Danica Grant.
Just 1 second over. So we almost had a full pool of PBs. How incredible is that?
Wow. So very impressive swim from everyone involved. We're going to sneak a little 1,500 in so that we can save the other pool an extra 20 minutes.
Yes, so we've got no sheets here, but lucky we have all of the information up on the board and the pool, and at the pool here as well, and also on your screens at home as they're entering the water. So we're actually doing heat 2. I think we're doing heat 2. From that heat 2, 15 to 18 of the 1,500 metre swim. So they're off and racing now, having a look at those lap counters. When I, on day 1, did my first 1,500 metre call, and was very lucky to have someone to interview there as well. But I think we're going to be pretty fine, Elliot, while you eat your sandwich there. We're going to be pretty fine getting through this. I think it's about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, so the entry times that we've got here ranging anywhere from 17 minutes to 18 and a half, roundabout, give or take. So we expect most of these athletes to be around those points. Now, 17 minutes, the beautiful thing about this, about 1,500s, you can break them down. So 15 minutes is very clearly 1 minute per lap. 16 minutes is 1:04 per lap. 17 minutes is a 1:08. And 18 minutes is a 1:12 per 100. Now, if you break them down again, you're looking at 36s, 34s, and 32s for each respective lap. So when we look up on the lap and we can see what they're doing, let's say 400 metres in or something like that, it can give you a good idea of where they want to be sitting. So currently Cedric and Lev, the two in the middle, they've gone 32 for the last 2 laps. Now I can almost guarantee you they won't be holding 32 throughout the race, but they do want to sit somewhere between 32 and 34 because that means that they'll be well under that 17-minute barrier.
And I'm just going to nod along and agree with everything that you just said then, because you want to know what's funny? I actually have dyscalculia, so it's the, you know, when you've been getting me to write down times, it's like dyslexia, but for numbers.
Oh.
So,
can you not just like look and just...
And just know the no. So I look up there and I really have to concentrate really hard to be able to get the numbers. Like I struggle with 6s and 8s. Like it's the same with letters. Like if letters look similar, like I'm sure people with dyslexia who are sitting at home will understand this, that numbers that look the same, even 3s and 4s look the same to me.
What if you what if I say the number? Does that help?
You can say the number, like the numbers. Yeah, but then it sort of just jumbles in my head, because you know how in your head you're able to sort of gather a thought and picture the number in your head.
Yeah.
I sometimes put down the wrong numbers, so in the end, that was a lot of math. Like if you're doing just 10 plus 10, I can get that.
Yeah, we know our
we know our basics.
Yeah, if you can count it on your fingers, then that helps.
Yeah, and I do count on my fingers.
Yeah.
So all day you've been like, write down times, and I'm like, yes, anything you want, Ellie. I'm just here struggling, being given the hardest job ever.
Yeah.
I can talk all day.
There was one moment where I was like, can you write this down? And it was a 2, and I look over and it was a bunch of like, the times were really off compared to previous heats. And I went, what was that? And I'm looking up at the board, looking down, and she's written down the 150 metre split for a 200 metre race. I went, well, that doesn't help me figure out who's in the final.
Yeah, but also the numbers, like I'll write down a number, I'll be like, oh, that's not the right number, and then try and write over the number. So
it makes it, yeah. No wonder you get your 6s and 8s mixed up. Like you're writing constantly over the top of them.
Exactly right. That's just a little...
Oh, a bit of fun. But,
bit of fun, hey.
What I like about this is Lev and Cedric have broken away from the pack. It looks like they're, as much as you want to do your own thing in these 1,500 metre races, if there's someone doing something similar, very helpful to have them near you so that you can compare, so that you can either rope them in, or let's just say you want to try and build as the 500s go. You might try and say, okay, I'm going to try and put a body length on this person over the next 100 metres or 150
so set
metres.
Mini goals.
Yes.
It's basically just little mini achievement sort of things. I like that.
But those mini goals are based around your overall goal.
Okay, so you've still got to have an overall goal. It'd be pointless coming into a race without an overall goal.
Exactly. There are so many ways, even more ways to break down a 1,500 than anything else. You can do 5 3s, you can do 3 5s, you can do, what is it? It's 3 4s and then 3 1s off the back of it. So you can also do a 1, a 13, and a 1. And so all of these have different goals. Most of the time, does that confuse? Are you reading any of that?
Oh, I've got it. So it's basically
sorry.
No. Sorry to the viewer.
Sorry to the viewer.
Sorry
I bumped my
to the viewer.
microphone on my drink bottle there.
Sorry to my whole family, my nan and Uncle Phil who were listening to, and my mum who missed the shout out early. But yes, anyway, so 5 300-meter races.
Yes.
Yeah, I get that. I can get that. So or 3 500-meter races.
Yes. Or 3 400s.
Plus also 100.
Yeah, and plus 3 100s at the end.
Oh.
So that's close.
Yeah, close. I got that.
So the way you break it down, it's always to do every single program. It's tried and true, whether it's the 113-1, where it's the 5-3, 3-5s, whatever it is. It's the first step is set up your stroke. First step. Some of these athletes, you know, especially in the elite programs, are doing up to 70 kilometres a week. They know how to swim. Yeah. You know how to swim.
They've gathered that.
Yeah. You know what you're doing, and we're talking about 48 weeks a year that you are swimming. They know what they're doing. So all you have to do is just take 20 seconds, set your stroke up, make sure that it's where you want it to be. It's the stroke length, it's the stroke rate, it's, you know, looking good, it's feeling good, and then it's a forget. It's, okay, now that I've done that, I'm back in my element, back in my zone. You don't want to change technique. You don't want to do different things. It's a set, forget, and then build. So you don't want to start losing your stroke as you go. You need to start improving, putting building blocks on top, slightly increasing your stroke rate. It might go from a 37 up to a 39. Anything above 40 is probably pushing a bit high, and the elite swimmers can have it down all the way at 32, but that's because they hold so much water.
Correct.
So it's building in. So whether you want to do 5 300, so you have a 300 where you set, then you build for the next 300, then you build the next 300, then you build the next 300 until you're going all out for the last 300. Or a bit more of a complicated one is the 3 400s. You set for the first, you build for the middle, you start pushing it for the last, and then you go 3 100s descending. So whatever time you did for your last 400, you then try and go step down, step down, step down until you're finishing in a pretty quick time.
So that's why we see a lot of green times come up on our board here, is because everyone would be having a different, you know, some people could be having the same race plan, other people could be having different race plans and doing the push at different times.
Well, it can also come down to energy systems.
True.
So
forget about that factor.
Yep. So you're using your aerobic energy, and aerobic means it's oxygen dominant. So that's your red blood cells. Now, you use your. That's the reason, you know, you have to breathe twos in the 1500. You need oxygen into your body so that it can deliver to your muscles and they can keep pumping out energy. Whereas towards the end of a race, and, you know, in 50s you hear about swimmers, they don't breathe at all. But towards the end of a race, you need to be pushing harder and harder, and it's whatever is left. And you don't use your ATP PT stores during the 1500 because they run out in 40 seconds. That's the majority of the things that you use for 100 meters and under. But you can empty them, and it hurts a lot. That's the thing that produces the lactic acid, is draining those stores. And the lactic acid is a byproduct that your body produces in order to protect itself so that you're not breaking down your own muscles. Because every time you flex your muscles in some way, you're causing micro tears. And obviously the more micro tears you have, the more chance there is of a major tear and potentially doing something to your shoulder or your hamstring or whatever it is.
Honestly, that was the most interesting thing I've heard in a long time. And just to understand, like I said, as an outsider, to just get that insight and understanding into, you know, swimming as a whole. And especially for the viewers at home, if you're new to the sport and you've just heard that and you're thinking, you know, what did I just hear? Like, props to you, Elliot, for being able to explain it so well. Did they make you do, obviously being an elite swimmer, did they make you do...
I wouldn't say elite.
49th in Australia.
I tried making the people around me elite.
Yeah.
I was a good training partner. I was really good because I knew the theory.
Yeah. I was
behind
going to say, how did you learn it? Were you just nerdy about it, or did you learn it through doing it?
So part of the VIS program, you get access to dietitians, you get access to physios, you get access to doctors, and it's just things where it's like, rather than just saying, go swim, and just trust that whatever I'm teaching you is correct.
Yeah.
There's something that's incredible about Joel Fink, who was my coach towards the end of my swimming. He wanted you to question him. He wanted you to say, okay, we're doing this session, but why?
Yeah.
Why am I doing this session on this day, and then we're doing this session this afternoon, and then we're pumping out a big session later on in the week? And it's because, well, I want to simulate heats, semis, finals. I want to simulate getting your body up and about early in the morning. I want to simulate, a finals type atmosphere. I know that this energy system will be a little bit down because of this work that we've done compared to this energy system, which will be pumping because of this work we've done.
Yeah.
So there is, at these higher levels, there's such a big emphasis on the plan of a week and what goes into it and how it relates to gym and how it relates to little other sessions you do outside of the pool. At Griffith University, they do 3 45-minute bike sessions a week on top of 3 gym sessions on top of 9 training sessions.
It's intense.
Super intense, super intense.
But you've got to be on top of your body, not just in the pool, but out of the pool as well. It's about that all-round care. And also acupuncture, I've noticed seeing all the little cup, markings on the back.
Yeah,
like
the
that's
cupping.
Yeah, the cupping is quite vital as well across the board. Even in these young ages, like really looking after your body and making sure that, it's well cared for is very, very important.
Yeah, exactly. So what I've liked about, while I'm saying all of this stuff, in the background, I've been keeping an eye on this event. Now, Cedric has been trying to break out a little bit of a lead. He's been breaking down, taking out about, a tenth of a second out of Lev each lap. And all of that work has just gone completely downhill because Lev has just beat him by 0.8 of a second over that last 50. So he's obviously made the move from 1,000 to the 1,500 metre mark. This is his point where he needs to get moving because he's just gone a whole second faster than anything that Cedric has done. Now, Cedric is the one that has to respond here, but he might not be able to. Was it that Lev was just like, okay, I'm going to sit on your hip, but I know that I'm going to have more energy to be able to go with you in the back end.
Yeah.
And just go past you. You're going to be my pace setter, and then I just trust the work that I've done to be able to outswim you.
Absolutely. And just having a look now as well, even Hugo Pankhurst has started to push a little bit more. So he was sitting, just as we were talking as well, I was having a look, he was sitting in the red for a couple of laps, but now he's, coming into that green, and now Lev is now going into that red with a 33. Still quite good times, but it is interesting that they may be in different parts of their race journey.
Yeah. So we'll see. There's obviously the race in 2 here, and they're 17 and 15 years old respectively. Came into this meet with about 1.5 seconds difference between them. So
yes, so it is very good to see. So we've got a time at 1,200 metres there for Lev is 13:18:18, sitting in first position ahead of Cedric Wetzels with a 13:19:74. Yeah.
So we come down to the final, about 300 metres left in this race. So Lev's obviously thrown down the challenge of, hey, can you come with me? They've both got red. So what I can see here, they've both got red times on the board. There's a lot of green around them, but they both got red. Although Lev's just gone back to the green. That tells me they put in a big shift at the start of that 500 to go, okay, yep, we're going bang, bang, bang. We're improving, and then this is where I'm dumping all of my energy, and you're starting to see that he's falling off the back of it. He lifts up to a peak, and as much as you try to hold it, if you try to hold, you're actually going to go down because you're going to get more tired.
Yeah.
In order to stay the same time, you have to increase your effort lap by lap. But, man, he's separated 1/100th of a second. Like, he's actually set in his ways here. I've been really impressed with how well put together Lev is in this 1500.
Yeah, because he's actually been making like those consistent times. I've been waiting for a yellow. I've been waiting for it because Lev is really consistent.
Yeah.
And he's also had a really big day of swimming as well in this morning's session. I think we've seen him about 3 or 4 times race throughout the program. So to be finishing the day on a 1500 metre freestyle and doing such consistent work as well, it's fantastic.
Yeah, so what's interesting to see is he's constantly just flowing through these times. I wouldn't be surprised if he did the 200 fly
he did
earlier.
The 200 fly.
And I was saying earlier, looking over at the first 1500 that we saw, that Cody said was over there as well, and I mentioned his name a little bit earlier today about doing the 200 fly into a 1500, and I think he had another event on top of that. It's been a hectic program for some of these 15-year-olds.
I know, and that's the thing that I keep forgetting how young these kids actually are. Like, we're starting at 12 years of age, and like we do have. I'm not sure about the age group in the pool at the moment, but yeah, we've had quite a lot of 12-year-olds mixed in. There we go. So we've got, those 15, 16, 17-year-olds in this. But yeah, to have 12-year-olds doing the 800 metre, it's been quite good to see. And you do forget how old they actually are when you're watching it. Yeah,
because it's really important that, like, you are professional. Like, this is a state championships. As much as, you are kids, you want to go out, you want to have fun, you want to play in the sun today. You are at a level where there's almost an expectation of decorum, in the way that you hold yourself around pool deck. And I think that they've been really well behaved for the most part.
They've been absolutely phenomenal, actually. And even, like, walking through near the marshalling areas, like I've been in and out throughout the sessions, and they're just really good. They're nice kids, and we're looking like we're going to be ringing that bell there. Oh, we've got 2 boys coming home. Tell me about it.
Wow. So, Lev, I'll tell you what, I loved that swim. Cedric has given absolutely everything to that race as well. Both of them gone about 40 seconds under their personal bests. Just incredible, incredible swims. They should be so proud of themselves. Cedric probably had a little bit more to give, I think. Maybe he could have closed that gap, or maybe he could have pressured Lev, because if Lev makes his move and Cedric goes with him, then maybe that breaks Lev a little bit, where he's like, damn, that was everything I had. But no, he's finished so well, finishing at 29.7. I mean, as a coach, you must be so thrilled on the sideline. As much as you could break down the race.
Yeah.
All that you ask is they give 100%.
Yep.
And if they give that 100%, then you can make adjustments on your coaching afterwards.
Exactly.
Whereas if they don't give 100%, you're kind of looking like, well, I don't know whether my coaching worked or not because you didn't give me everything you had.
Exactly right.
But well done to all of those guys in the middle of the field. Their faces are red, their shoulders are red.
They would be sore, that's for sure.
So gassed, so gassed. I always knew that if I had sore lats, like I couldn't lift my arms above my head, I was like, okay, that was a good 1500.
Yeah, I've done well. My body is telling me that I've done well. It's back to that again.
Exactly.
And it's all about recovery as well. So in this off time as well, they're going to have to think about some recovery before heading into, because this was obviously a final, but they've got all of their other events that they've got to compete in tonight for medals.
They've got to come back for them, and they'll have less recovery time than everyone else, because obviously we're staying here till just past 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's it.
Ladies
and gentlemen, that is it. Both pools finished. Thank you so much for joining us in session number 5, the Sunday morning of the state championships, the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. I've been Elliot Rogers. This is my last session.
And it's also my last session. My name's Allegra Thorven. It's been an absolute pleasure, and hopefully we'll catch you at the Opens.
Thank you.